Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And ghosts, it's so good to unsee you. Welcome to another Discourse with D. D's Discourse. That's me, D. The only D you need in your life. Should that be in my branding for 2024? You tell me. Hello and welcome. Our fearless leader. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also the first champion. Everything. Fearless leader, fearless champion. First of firsts. We've been ramping up the 2024 Discourse talking points. Some of our talking points last year were hard, you know, family ones, talking about parentage. Lady Nico, hello and welcome. Some have been a little bit floofy, like what media have influenced your lives and how, favorite movies, shows, novels, manga, whatever it happens to be. And we've been dipping a toe deeper and deeper into some murkier waters. And tonight, we're going to be discussing the concept of immigration and its legalities, its detriments to society, its benefits to society. Try to expose the viewpoints, the talking points, and then bag on the bad ones, because that's fun and funny to do. Somebody has a bad idea or they're in clear violation of their own theories. Why not make fun of them? We're also going to be goofing around a little bit in the background with an oldie but a goodie. The ghosts and I are on a Minecraft server together. If you're a ghost in my community, and if you are, you know you are, then you have a free invite waiting for you on this server. Yeah. All right. Shall we, without further ado, pop into a little bit of Minecraft this evening. Please tell me I am in survival mode and not creative. Good. Good. I am. Let's change screen rezos. Oh, I can see the world around me. Back in fit and fighting shape. Now a lot has changed since I've last been in the server. Oh, hello. Welcome. Immigrants say thank you for bringing new foods and culture. Easy enough. That's certainly one way to look at it. I like your way of thinking. I wonder if the whole country agrees with you. I had a bit of excitement a few minutes ago when somebody sprinted to my door and frantically knocked. A little paranoid for now. Oh no. I do not like frantic knocking. I don't care who you are. You could be one of my best friends vying for my attention and love. Just come to the door. Let's hang out. Let's have a good time. I've been trying to call you and your phone's been away. Or been put away. I do not like a frantic knock. I don't even really like a soft knock. Pretty much anything that sounds like a knock puts me on edge. Anything knock adjacent. It's like my phone ringing. It really raises my hackles. Ugh, there's so much work to do here still. But that's fine. That's good. This is our spawn area. Lovingly crafted to look like you just woke up from your small tenement apartment complex, and it's time to go out and hit the big rest of the world out there. What are these trenches for? Interesting. You're crafting some mines. I am. I haven't been on since the update borked everything. Oh no, we need to change that. If it is that you're on the wrong server version from the server that's hosted, that's a quick fix. It's just a matter of changing which version you boot from. Yeah. Nobody knows where I live. Nobody knows where I live either. You want to know why? Because I don't want to be doxxed. If you knock, I don't answer. You let me know in advance that you're hoping that I accept your arrival. Interesting. How very sneaky of you. I don't know what to say. It's interesting. You're like a special contact somebody needs to know in advance. All right. Wow. Let's see what's around. Has this always been dead over here? Jeez. I don't remember this being more green. Now it's just turning sludgy. That's kind of interesting, though. Have some sludgy undergrowth. I feel like I'm being... Some really close enemies must be just underneath here. Maybe in this poorly lit area down here. Oh, it looks well lit. Oh, it's just like a nice crevasse. So I'll announce my biases right out of the gate, because I think that's important when we're talking about a topic that can get quite incensed among people. And that is that I have a bias toward... Uh-oh, there's like a big hole right there. Oh, maybe that's the point. You can crawl in and out of that. That'd be really nice. I have a bias toward helping people. So that tends to lean toward pro-immigration. I also have a bias toward a lot of free market capitalist ideas. Not all. There's some music playing. I feel like it's very empty in here. We'll make something happen. Give me a moment. See how that comes up. That seems a little on the quiet side. I'm going to boost the volume just a skosh, but if this ends up being too distractingly loud, please let me know. Try to put it where I can kind of hear it, and you can kind of hear it. Okay. Oh, it's like a new path over this way. And because I have a little bit of a lean toward free market capitalism, not in all systems, mind you, but in a handful, I do tend toward systems that can be utilized in a way such that labor runs smoothly and all markets are filled in sort of the freest way possible. I disagree with free market capitalism being a end-all be-all solution. I think it's really easy to just apply the concept of capitalism to medical healthcare and see how easy it is to fall apart. As soon as you see the fact that we really don't want a society that encourages doctors to only help the rich, or to help the rich disproportionately by their money and their ability to pay, we already see a problem. And we don't have that exact situation in the United States, but as most people know, especially people from other countries by comparison, know, the U.S. Medical system is pretty awful. It's pretty garbo. And in that it is pretty garbo, it's kind of proof that even our not fully free capitalist situation for healthcare is a bad one. And if it were to get more capitalist, it would get worse. It would become a worse situation. I don't think I've ever walked overland to this portal, but I know exactly where I am. I'm over at Akumu's market for terracotta. Everett, hello and welcome. Good evening. Well, if immigration is the topic, I could say right away I'm basically of the George W. Bush / Gang of Eight thinking. Interesting. So we were going to go into a little bit of the previous legislation, especially something that was presented by the Gang of Eight. Can you let me know, well, can you let our audience know a little bit more about what that means to you, or exactly where your stance sits in that regard? I think it's becoming nighttime, and I'm becoming away from resources that would let me sleep. But there is a path from this, and I'm trying to remember which direction that is to get to the Baba Yaga house. I wanted to say there's something over this way, but now I'm looking and it feels like I'm wrong. You step out of this portal, and then you're supposed to turn left. Hi, buddy. Yeah, I think you turn left. I think the Yaga house is over in yon direction. I see it. I actually see it. Uh-oh. Where are you facing? Big bads. Cows. That's new. Everybody's been building. All right. And horses. Uh-oh. Lots of big bads everywhere now. I got you at max volume and it's still kind of quiet for me. Okay. Let's mess with Spotify volume. Let me know if that's any better. It's a little bit loud in my own ears now. Taking a tour of the districts? Yes. Yes, I am. Maybe it's not loud in my ears. Maybe I'm quiet in my ears is the real truth behind that. I'm hoping there's a bed in this. Oh, thank goodness. Because otherwise, I don't know where I would be going to sleep. New plugin version. Oh, there's a plugin I need to update. Neat. Volume's good. Excellent. All right. All the baddies are dying. I don't think there's a way out up above. You're quiet, not the music. Oh, okay. Oh, I got bamboozled from behind. I'm no expert in this area, so I can't give details. How? Oh, hang on one sec. This little guy's going to be a jerk. It's going to be hard for me to pay attention to what's in front of me until these guys are dead. Am I backing into enemies? There are creepers all up in this desert. I don't know. Oh, I'm not even fighting you with a sword, am I? That's not part of my problem. I think I was hitting that little guy with a potato. Which means I'm the potato here. Okay. The basic position is to have different perspective and retroactive policies. Prospectively, we should have strict immigration and border enforcement. Retrospectively, if an illegal immigrant has already gotten away with living here peacefully for a certain amount of time, that immigrant should be eligible for citizenship. Oh, hi, buddy. I like that take. It's very even-handed. And I think that's indicative of, for those of you that don't know the Gang of Eight, there were 8 different senators who were on both sides of the fence. So you had, I believe, if I remember correctly, it was an equal number of Republicans and Democrats that would come together on policy decisions and work to try to make something that would really come across the aisle. Coming across the aisle is not exactly a popular thing to do anymore, but it once was a concept of how do we create something that'll be in the interests of both parties such that we'll get a wider amount of what's the word I'm looking for? Wider amount of support across Congress. And the strategy seems to be relatively helpful. There were a few cases in which they saw some... what's the word I'm looking for? I'm already streamer-brained today. They saw some resistance to some of their ideas. And understandably, not everything is going to be a complete win just because it gets passed by a group that tries their best to meet both sides. And some of it, if you know anything about trying to pass laws in the US, is just a matter of when you get enough people reading a bill, they actually have to read the bill. If you get enough people reading a bill, they might find that while they like the basic idea, they don't like all the writers. A writer is the term for something that's been added to the bill that's not really sort of the main concept the bill was being introduced in the first place. But it's an important pet project for somebody. Somebody really, really wanted to see this extra thing come through. And so it got snuck in as a line item further down. And it turns out when a congressman's doing their job anyways, they might find that some of those writers are upsetting. Like, they don't actually want that additional bullshit added to the whole situation. They'd really prefer to have things clean and bare and obvious about what's going on, instead of trying to be like sneaky and say like, oh yeah, it just happens to be we're gonna add this little thing here too. Back up here. Accidentally left a villager for a Kumu. I forgot about that. I need to go collect him. That's okay. Imagine two parties coming together for a common interest. Used to be much more regular than it is these days. I think I've seen so much more polarization in the US after COVID than anything else before. I don't think I've definitely seen extremists. I've seen certain pundits and people like Rush Limbaugh fighting really voraciously to make more extremists happen. But by and large, the politicians were always a little bit more extreme than the public, and the public was always a little bit more left of center on one side and right of center on the other side, but largely non-extremist. I think one of the main reasons that was the case was because we didn't really sit on social media or just internet platforms nearly as strongly once upon a time. And so you didn't really hear the loud voices the loudest. You just mostly interacted with other like-minded people, other people without, mostly moderate people. And now that extreme voices get on the algorithm the best, that's sort of where a lot of people's ideologies are formulating. And it looks like the people on the left who get the most attention are the ones who push for the hardest, strictest standards, and the ones that sound the wildest to traditional Americans. And the positions on the right don't seem to be based in any policy. They seem to be based in reactions to the progression of the left. In other words, have very little to stand for of their own accord and are really just, well, we don't want whatever those people over there want. Yeah. The biggest thing is how a Biden campaign then flipped the script, going for almost everything the right wanted, but then the right voted it down. Right. So trying to pull an Obama or a Clinton these days where you kind of hit more center or more independent of the two parties used to be a strategy, and now it's, I mean, even with Obama we saw a largely contentious Congress, but even more so with Biden, the idea of voting against things like against illegal immigration bills is just something the right will do as long as it came from the left first. You know. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on my unnecessary monstrosity when you get there. We'll see. We'll see. There's nothing unnecessary in Minecraft. Everything is wildly necessary. It also makes me worried seeing states in the US trying to pass laws prohibiting travel even within the US and the pushing for very strict border control too. I have a feeling like we'll start to see lawsuits happen to try to step in and do something in regard to that exact situation. Both people fighting. Oh, look at that. There's other travel means around here. I see a underwater subway station there. And I just realized I made it. I made it so I cannot get back up on this ledge. That was really smart of me. Is there any way at all? I have like no building blocks on me either. I probably should just swim back, because swimming forward is going to take a lot longer. Yeah, litigation in that regard, and probably litigation of the states trying to attack the United States for having more loose federal laws that are in contradiction with the strict laws that they desire. I strongly believe it's going to lean on, or we're going to see more and more wins for federal power in this particular regard. When it comes to, you know, the rights of people to travel, there's I don't envision a civilization that's going to be comfortable with state government overreach when the federal stance is liberty. That's something that's going to be a really hard sell, even for the most like tradcon conservatives, to feel like that's a win, to have more locked down, more secure state borders, and giving up freedom to do so. But we'll see. We're also talking about, you know, a demographic that right now exists that I feel will, with year after year of certain people passing away, you just won't see the same representation in the country that we used to. That sounds like a Texas thing. It does sound like a thing Texas would try first, right? I've seen some other states trying to pass laws like that too, though. I think Alabama tried, and Florida, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Florida is like one of the weirdest, like, big government... What's the word I'm looking for? Big government experiments in Republican ideology I've ever seen. They've talked about, I don't think they've necessarily done this, but I've seen on their docket things like litigating against having a dog stick its head out of the window. They've definitely looked to try to create more business controls that would affect Disney. They also believe in setting very high housing costs for people in the interior to help mitigate the insurance costs and reconstruction costs of people who live on the coastlines when there happens to be natural disaster, which is essentially a form of socialism. So it's like Florida wants all the big government controls and power and regulations that the left has, and just not call it that, you know? Find excuses or means to rebrand it in a way that sounds like they're doing something for the people. But they're doing stuff for the people that restricts liberty and costs a lot of money. And that's the part that's just so weird to me. It's a baffling era for Florida in which they've gone so far to the right, they're on the left. You know, like people accuse the protesters in universities of being anti-Semitic. Like they're coming around, they're so far left, they're becoming Nazis. And we have the same scenario on the right where it's like Florida is becoming the socialist big government capital of the US, all the while denouncing the left, like it's actually doing something different. Obviously for reasons tied to abortion, but still that's a slippery slope. That's interesting that you say that. The idea of government overreach is one that's largely touted by the right and used to be a platform concept, and now is very much not, right? The right says a lot that they believe in smaller government reach into people's personal lives. We shouldn't be spending tax money to hire politicians to come into our homes and businesses and tell us the things that we should or shouldn't do. And now that's happening more and more, where people are afraid to do anything too freeing because of how the government will react and what kind of powers the government has to step in their way and stop them. On the right. I do not need to update the server. The server is on the highest version of paper that is currently in a stable release. If you can update your client so that it can go backwards to 1.20.4, then you can join the server. But right now, 1.20.6 is not greenlit for paper. Let's see. By definition, the public at large can never be extremist. That's an interesting point. I wonder if I necessarily agree with that. I think when you talk about public at large, we need to think in terms of mean and not median. And I think we need to think more globally than locally, because we're not a bubbled, you know, the US is not only in its own affairs anymore, right? We've invested in just about every market and alliance out there in the world that we could, except we kind of dropped the ball on East Africa for reasons. But looking at the greater world and trying to do sort of a means testing on where ideology goes, I think that's probably a better concept of where the center lies than looking at where the majority of people are. Reactionary and obstructionists, not really getting anything done. That's the conservatives. I mean, we'd see the same sort of thing in reverse if there was a conservative in power. I don't know that we really see or that any leftist would want to see their representatives supportive of anything that a conservative presidency would try to pass either, right? Not saying like both sides kind of thing, but in terms of obstructionism, that's sort of just a concept when somebody is in power that you don't want to be in power. I agree that Floridians should not travel to any other state. You have to keep in mind, there's a lot of Florida that's there not by their own desires. You know, they were either born there or immigrated from another country in the hopes that Florida would be the place where they could start a new life. Boy, did they choose the lottery wrong there. And that there are big cities in Florida that tend to not be as conservative than the rest of the state. So naturally, the more urbanized you get, the more squished in people get to one another, the more exposure they have to leftist ideas. And I think that is a coercive power indeed. They're going after Disney because Disney gave Meatball Ron the big middle finger. Yeah, well, to say that we live in an era of politics where emotions and cults of personality are sort of king is an understatement, right? It's always been about charisma. I think charisma has been king for a very long time, but it couldn't be worse than it is now. The popularity of people like Trump and AOC hinges much more on how they present their information than that they have a good stance for their constituency, right? Troy, I thought I'd run into your place, but I think I might have made a wrong turn. I also don't know what this block is. Is this a... What is this? I've never... Oh, it's just mud. Oh, well, that's easy enough. It's so dark. I like it, but it's also just mud, so maybe I don't. A very long-standing principle in the U.S. is that the Constitution's Article 4's Privileges and Immunities Clause allows citizens to travel around in other states. Well, there you go. If you're a constitutionalist, then you're pretty much stuck there, and anybody who says otherwise is, you know, trying to create a confederation or something. I don't know. Trying to break our federal powers that we have. I meant the state travel stuff. The conservatives want to restrict women from traveling if they suspect they're pregnant. Yes. Ohio is already shitty enough as it is. We don't need Floridians here too. I see many people with Florida license plates in my area. Interesting. I wonder what the draw is. Not that people who live in Florida wouldn't want to ever see New Horizons, but out of the New Horizons to see, why would you choose Ohio? I've been in Ohio. I've been in long-term stays in Ohio, and I don't necessarily understand the draw. Well, almost fell down that crevasse. My place is just across the bay you were next to. Oh, I'll have to go back to that bay. I do have a boat on me. I should just go sail around a bit, take a look at what I see. Any population relative to itself cannot be extremist. Yeah, that makes me wonder, except in areas where the population is much more endemic to itself than most are in modern times. I wonder if a population can rightfully be related to itself. You know, we are so connected in so many ways, especially culturally, than we ever have before. I would imagine it's almost folly to say there is a specific culture to a lot of modern city-states. Used to be, and if you look in the elderly populations of a lot of these areas, there definitely is a stronger sense of enculturation, of a status quo, and definitely a feeling of a necessity to what's the word I'm looking for? Cohere to the standard. That's not the word, but basically change so that you're part of the normalcy in your area. And with that social pressure, that was how you got jobs, that's how you got ahead in society, that's how you met people romantically, that's how you gained a certain unity in your neighborhood, was all by cohering to a social norm. That's how you get culture, but we don't need those things as much as we used to anymore. It's not a contingent part of creating society or getting all of those benefits that I mentioned. All right, so I think we're at the area where we can just boat around the bay, but I'll double check here. It's back by Nico's. It's across the bay from the top of that waterfall you climbed up. Oh, okay, gotcha. I went the opposite directions. Red state to red state. I'm sure there's going to be a push for red state to red state travel. if they do want to lock down on any sort of travel. They heard that there are chicks with crimson lips in Cleveland. Is that true? We need a fjord. We need water in this fjord, though. Do I have a bucket? Where are my good things? Why do I have such garbage inventory? What did I do to deserve garbage inventory? I think I need to sleep. I wonder if there's a bed in the village or if I have to actually go to Nico's place. And check a few rooms. This looks kind of like a big one. Like somebody actually built this up to... Nope. Nope. It's nice, but it's not a place to sleep. There's probably no beds here. I'm running out of time. I like the log flume thing going on here. They should make it so that there are more than just regular boats. But I would love to have like a log, just a log canoe. And you could make log flume rides in this game. Wouldn't that be fun? How fun would that be? Could be fun. At least I know where Nico's bed is. If you're looking for nature, farmland, and fruit farms, good restaurants, Ohio is good for that, but there's nothing else here. Why do you think so many astronauts are from Ohio? Why do you think the space program's in Florida? And Texas? All the people who want to get away. Right. Keep taking a wrong turn. Forget that out is down in this area. Thank you, conformity. I don't know why that word is... I have a video essay on conformity. Please go watch my video essay on conformity. I could use the watch hours. I'm still trying to get partnered in YouTube, and I have a long way to go. I have less than 3,000 watch hours to go in the year, and then I will be partnered. That's not a lot in terms of social media utility and time and your attention, but to me it feels like a lot because I stare at it every day, which, you know, you shouldn't, because that's how watched pots don't boil or something like that. I think that's how the saying goes. Ohio can't be all that bad. Hi, Sam. They legalized weed. That's a very interesting stance to have learned. I did not know that. It makes me wonder why. Something happened there. Something happened with their politicians. That that idea was good, and yet the possibility of restricting travel is also good. How are those both good? You could just go by portal. I like to take a look at everything in the overworld first and just get a feel. I think I've found where you are. This didn't used to be all pink once upon a time. I'm not sure why anyone would worry about restrictions on interstate travel. It's just not going to happen. And if it does, it's probably legal death for the state that tries, right? Because I'm sure they would be sued for revoking constitutional rights, which could be fun. Be an interesting way to get revenue is by lawsuits. Oh, it's like a little animal utopia up here. Everybody's so happy. Hey guys. It's also a state that told a 11-year-old incest R victim she couldn't get an abortion and to see it as an opportunity. Well, you say state. That was one person, right? Not to say that that one person isn't indicative of other people's ideologies. Just probably not the same person who legalized weed, to be fair. Oh. Oh. This must be strip mining. Well, thank you. Best of bands. Appreciate your face. Interesting. They legalized weed and abortion at the same time last year. How interesting. You should see how bad the Republicans tried to shoot down getting abortion and weed on the ballot. Well, I know these are things that degrade the structure of the family, right? It's been an interesting claim, and one that I've heard a number of times, that I think also applies to the topic of immigration as well, is the idea that if we're not careful, we will experience an immense social decay in the United States. And that part of that social decay is because people will not be sober. Part of that social decay, but of course, alcohol is always prevented. Part of that social decay is that we will have more working women and less parenting women. And part of that social decay will be people coming in from other cultures that are... Well, hello. Welcome to Akumu. Good to hear your alert for the first time live, although it did go through some conspicuous testing to make sure that everything was going to work out right. Yeah. But I also think there's a bit of a social decay element to people thinking that when people come in from other countries, they're largely criminals, drug dealers, and other forms of social decay encouragers as well. Also, just not having the same social and cultural structure that we have, so therefore decaying the American dream. Whatever that is these days. I'm not sure how many people remember this, but as someone who traveled along the West Coast in the 1990s, I experienced one of the very few instances of interstate travel restriction. California maintained border security with Oregon in the name of protection from Oregonian fruit flies. As somebody who lived in Oregon as a kid and who had family in California, I experienced that plenty. Anytime we had to cross state lines, we were subject to what I would perceive as deeper inspection than what I experienced going to Canada. Which is funny. But in the name of agriculture, I think it makes sense. You know, we're trying to protect the a lot of the problems that we have created by allowing too much free travel of produce and therefore vermin, or any sort of goods and therefore vermin. Don't let your women smoke weed. They want to sleep with POC. It's a gateway drug to so much more than just other drugs. But the same can't be said of Indiana, for example, which is more depressed. Wait, what are we talking about? Did I miss a line in there? More depressed how? What are you drinking? They're fighting legalizing weed in Kentucky. Most everyone wants it, but the leaders don't care. The fact of it is that we haven't seen a lot of Democratic vote as historicity. Oh, this is quite nice. In our country, there have been a number of times in which our vote or our popularity polls don't matter nearly as much as lobbying does, right? So to say the politicians are in somebody's pocket is an understatement. We've had a number of situations in recent times where representatives have even stood in direct opposition of the popular will and against, or not against funding, but without regard to funding. Oh, maybe I should turn off the music in this. I'm hearing two musics at the same time. My bad. Sorry. In order to get certain greater ideas across that they feel like they know better than the vast majority of people. Now, in some regard, I could get behind some of those ideas. Let's say we had 99% of climate scientists come together and say, here's what we need to do to stop anthropogenic climate change. And the majority of Americans say, no, we will not. Should we believe that the scientists are in a better situation than following the democratic ideology of the public? I feel like yes. There are situations in which I understand the ideology behind the tyranny of the masses. Oh, would you look at that? Yeah, that's too small for me to go through. Okay. But we'll see how Kentucky and weed end up in the end. I'm curious myself. Conservatives want to keep this country a white supremacist country. That's why they don't want more people from non-white countries coming here. I've definitely heard the concept of white supremacy coming back into the popular ideology. It's a really bizarre one to me because it's gotta be just one group of one like age group of people. There are people that are younger that all they have to do is, you know, interact with enough people online or literally just use the internet to understand that you can't judge people by their color in both directions. You can't say somebody is non-white and therefore is a worse friend for you than somebody who is. And you definitely can't vouch for somebody being white as being good for your culture or civilization. Just ask anybody from Europe what they think of white people. If their ideas are that they're homogenous, you're entering the realm of the 4 feats. Show respect. Are these the 4 feats? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's more than 4. I guess they're not the feats. I could really use a bed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just could really use a bed. Thanks. Yeah, white supremacy. If anybody can explain literally a rational ideology behind where people are coming from with that one, I'd be really curious to understand how you could possibly come up with that idea in modern times. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, so that's, you know, young people exposed to the internet. Obviously there's no way they would be able to hold to the idea that skin color and culture or coolness are, you know, interlocked in any sort of way. And then there's older people. Most of them are dead, to be perfectly honest, but there's a lot of older people in the US who remember what it was like to discriminate against different types of whites. And so that's where I think they would also think, like, white supremacist state, huh, no, maybe a you know, English background, you know, you have roots directly from England is fine, but forget about those Italians. Thank you very much for that band support. Those Italians or those Irish people, we can't let them hang out with all of us because they're a different, they're not even a full class of white compared to us, you know. It's a very funny situation in my head to imagine that that these people would raise kids that would be cool with everybody being white when they would absolutely, their elders would not agree in any way that all whites are equal or worthwhile to create a society, civilization together. At some point, there was a nutter that claimed a woman's body had the ability to deal with those things automatically. Where was that guy from? Crazy. Like, you could just will yourself to not be pregnant in situations of extreme duress or lack of desire to be pregnant. Good old state with morons like JD Vance and Jimmy Jordan. It's easy to get lost in here. Oh, it's very easy. But I'm learning my way around. Missouri. That nutter was from Missouri, apparently. Oh, yeah, I also disagree. I haven't seen Lost anywhere. Oh yeah, there was some politician claiming women could control how much sperm they took in. Ugh. I mean, this is good, though, if you think about it. In the very short term, politicians like this are going to look really bad for making these stances. They can't hold on to these positions with too many people, too many constituents in their future, and have it survive. Eventually, I mean, there'll always be new dumb people, but there can't be that many that dumb coming up. You know, our level of education and support in helping people to become better citizens is improving over the years, even though some people would disagree or it doesn't look like it. What? Why is everybody hanging out on the stairs? Is this a high school? Why is everybody on the stairs? Notice me, senpai. Wow, it was just like crazy dorm rooms. You need help with anything? I'm temporarily available. I think I'm just taking a tour of everything to sort of understand what is around at the moment. But yeah, I'm not sure what I need just yet. I would, but it would be a lot of type, and I have a bad headache on. No worries, no worries. Oh, but it's okay. Italians and Irish are white now. That's the problem, is that older generations would not agree with that concept, and other countries would not agree with that concept. And Irish and Italian Americans probably remember having plenty of discrimination for not being the right kind of white. Charlie, come to Candy Mountain, Charlie. Cute. Uh-oh. There's more up, but I can't go there. Can we just, pardon, excuse me. I would really love if there were less of you underneath me so I could do this. Haha! I've snuck my... There's more of you up here! I thought that block was there so there would be less of you. There's plenty more. Oh, you can finally get outside now. Fresh air. It was getting really smelly in there, like lots of bad BO. I don't think villagers believe in deodorant, to be frank. Well, I don't know which one of them's frank, but it smells in there. I'm not aware of evidence that white racism is coming back or growing as a belief system. You've never followed Nick Fuentes then. Not only is it coming back, but Donald Trump has met with, by accident, some people whose main talking points are to bring back a white ethno-state. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a mainstream ideology, but it is a loud ideology. And it is a fun one for people to, one, make fun of from the left, and two, cautiously identify that they exist and figure out what the hell to do with on the right. So, it's happening. It's not a GOP position, that's for sure. But, yeah, Trump almost got lured into a dinner with Nick Fuentes, and then I don't know if one of his advisors cautioned him as to just what was going on or what happened, but he noped out, because that's probably a real bad look for him. We may incorrectly feel that those numbers are growing just because journalists tend to provide white supremacists with very disproportionate coverage. I mean, it's like everything, right? If you ask somebody if you ask a conservative how many kids have transitioned to becoming trans, they'd say, oh, you know, it's like 20% of all children in the US. When the reality is it's like 0.7%. You know, the facts and the reality don't match up. And we don't live in a society where people need facts to feel comfortable with their choices in voting. They need to feel something stronger than they need to be presented the facts. I'm really hopeful. I was really hopeful that Gen Z would be the big generation of facts matter way, 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 way more than feeling, and therefore we won't succumb to cults of personality. But I've still noticed a significant amount of people tuning in and turning off their brains and just parroting ideas that somebody else has put forth. Um, so the concept is still very much alive. The idea that we just find somebody that we like and we believe the things that they say and probably just parrot their talking points for the most part. Oh, this is quite nice. I'll put my respawn point way up here. That's probably really dangerous because I don't have a glider, so jumping off of here is certain death. Yeah. I blocked all access to the villagers to the top of the building. Just remove one of the dirt blocks on the stairs. Oh, I'll leave them blocked off. If you're blocking them off, then I want them blocked off for whatever reasons. Hey, Gray, long time no see. How you been? Yep, we're playing some Minecraft tonight and talking about immigration and a bunch of other stuff, apparently, which I super enjoy. I appreciate all the side topics as well. So don't feel like this is a hard and fast, this is the one thing we have to discuss this evening. What in Colt's name is going on in that building? It's high school. That's the mythos I'm going with. This is obviously, I mean, look at all the cherry blossoms. I think it's like a Japanese high school that you'd read about in an anime. The existence of Nick Fuentes isn't evidence that white racism has become more popular in the last few years. I either believe your statement is a claim that racism has just been popular for a long enough amount of time that the existence of Nick Fuentes isn't changing that chunk of people. Like there've always been a good chunk of people, or if you're trying to say that him being around doesn't mean that the people who watch him are white supremacist. He has a good following, so you're not saying that he's unpopular because he's an ethno-statist. He is popular. I would also argue the moment he gets on about Catholicism as a rule, as a yardstick for culture or for legality, and as often as he gets on the topic of creating an ethno-state, if you are following him, if you're making a fandom out of him, you probably have to be at least complicit with his ideas. Oh, it's not nighttime yet. It's going to be nighttime fast enough that I don't want to head out. I have fixed the spawn hovel, and now it makes sense. Thank you. I was longing so hard when Nick Fuentes got caught watching Gabe. I can't imagine that there's anybody who checks every box. And if that is absolutely true about him, I ain't mad. I ain't even mad that he has the views he does. He is young. He is powerful. He might even just be grifting, for all I know. As young as he is, could Nick Fuentes have identified that there is a lot of old money and it's going to go to a bunch of people's heirs, if not otherwise, you know, wrested from their hands. And so he thought maybe it would be a good idea to start a show that says everything that the older people want to hear. Am I stuck? This is not great. My bad. I'll fix this. I absolutely feel this way about Sneeko. That whether or not Nick Fuentes is being authentic, Sneeko is almost certainly a guy who realizes where there's a good place to tap into some old money, and why not try? Why not try to get some of that old people money if you can, if you know what to say? He looks like when he talks, like he doesn't believe most of the words coming out of his own mouth. Just fine. Clock in, get your money. Inner city, farms and sniffers, catacombs, lab. What is going on? What are all the things that I'm about to find in this crazy labyrinth? Your brain works in such interesting ways, Troa. Uh-oh. I think I'm in the wilds now. I think I've left the sweet bosom of civilized territory. That's okay. We'll stay adjacent to it. We'll try to find that other cool tower that we saw from far away, which I think was off in this orientation, if I'm not mistaken. Just have to navigate cautiously to get there, because I'm on the ground level now and I really can't see Jack. And I am getting attacked by a little midget. Jerk. On the opposite side, things are... Oh, two of you? Hang on, I have to kill these guys or they will kill me if I'm not paying good enough attention. Can you... Why are you able to hurt me and I'm not able to hurt you? I don't have any food. I should have come out here with much better foods than I did. I hope I'm going the right direction. Oh, I see something. Something's been built up here. Okay. On the opposite side of thing are things like CRT and decidedly anti-white sentiment on the left. I've seen less of the anti-white sentiment, but I'm curious to understand. I think I saw more of it in like subtle ways in the 2010s when there's a lot of talk of like, we have important things to talk about, but if you're white, you can't be part of this conversation. Or you need to make reparations for the things that your ancestors did. You need to feel white guilt. There's no such thing as being racist against a white person because they have systemic power. So ideas like that I used to hear. But I don't hear those anymore. I don't know if they're out of vogue or if I'm not being fed those from my algorithm or what. You can tell me if I'm in the wrong, if those do still exist. Can I safely drop down? Thank goodness. Okay, what is this tower? It looks beautiful. I will try to get to a safe space so I can continue to read more chat, because I feel uncomfortably exposed. Climb up this? There we go. Okay. Where were we? Going up. Whoa, way up. Oh, neat. Just like a watchtower. Good stuff. Not surprising that people are becoming more polarized. Cherry Blossoms, Japanese high school anime, Oran High School Host Club. Troa, was that what you were channeling when you made this whole compound over here? This looks amazing. Kiss, kiss, fall in love. Night doesn't matter here, no enemy spawns. Good. Probably less so for the jungle that I just walked through, or the swamps. He was caught on stream, he didn't close the stream window, and then started live streaming it. Interesting. I miss when the main talking points of the left included a fair wage. It's still there, although I think the desire to get algoed is so strong that you hear people say something like, we need to determine a living wage for people. That getting escalated to, we need to pay $15 minimum wage. That getting escalated to, we need to pay people a $20 minimum wage. If you can just say something about money, you'll make people happy, right? You'll just make people happy by telling them, hey, we're interested in getting more money in your pockets. We have a governor in Georgia that does that with extra tax revenue, and it's wildly popular. It sounds very leftist until you realize money's just money, and giving people money isn't necessarily a left or right idea. But I do feel like there's an escalatory concept of the left in which there's like kind of never enough money to give people. And nobody talks about things like, I don't know, price adjust. Is there some sort of economic price adjusting thing that could happen instead of raising wages. The problem with raising wages, as you could probably imagine really quickly, or, you know, maybe people don't imagine this stuff, is that if everybody's getting paid more, then some companies are going to try their hand at charging more. And we do see that quite often. We do see the increase of goods with the increase of wages combating against each other, saying, well, as long as people have more discretionary income, then they should be able to afford this higher price. And if a lot of companies lock step, or if one company just owns few subs, or few companies own the vast majority of subsidiary companies, then they can really lock step quite easily and make a reality like that happen. Anyway, just about the fair wage, let me continue on with the rest of what Sem said. Opposing lobbying. I have never seen a leftist oppose lobbying. I'd be really curious. Because so far, I think I hear just as many people on the left enjoying their free ride from big corporations as the right do. Taxing the rich. I hear that one, but I don't understand how anybody thinks it's going to happen. I mean, I hear people talking about it in theory, but I haven't heard anybody talk about how you would do that for realsies. Or, you know, do it for real. Okay. Oh, I think I know where we are now. Again, back on this edge. Nice. Good, good. All right. It's all coming together in my brain. Yes. Plus, there's more over there. Wow. Did I... Or was that... That's not where I went. I went up here, didn't I? Yes, I went up that. I did not go up over there. Good Lord, Troa. This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Fixing the tax loopholes. That I'm for. And it was a baffling and confusing world to me to ever hear anybody say the money that we're pouring into the IRS to try to fix exploitation of taxes and get the government's fair share back, that anybody would be against that, that the conservatives would be against that. Money that we could spend just makes sense. Why would you leave it in the hands of the rich? Now, I understand why the rich would leave it in the hands of the rich. What I don't understand is why poor Republicans would be interested in that at all. Like, why wouldn't you want more infrastructure around you socialized by the people who are hoarding it all in the first place? Unless you really believed the concept that maybe one day you too would be rich. Which I've heard some people on the left accuse all Republicans of, and I haven't seen that, to be fair. I think it's a straw man argument that they have about Republicans or conservatives. Supporting unions. The right supports unions too. They just support different unions. I think the left would love to see unions working better, like teachers union, whereas the right is happy to see like police unions working really well. So I think both sides are much more pro-union than they think. Opposing war. That's true. That's true. I understand a lot of the modern wars we got into, but I can understand why the left feels kind of meddling. Although when you talk about pulling out of Ukraine, that's much more a right talking point than a left talking point. So it kind of depends on which war, too. The meddling in others' affairs when our own country needs so much work. That's a big thing, and I think that's maybe one of the most valid criticisms I hear about the left that I never hear from the left, or I never hear anyone on the left address, which is the idea that we look to fix problems on such a globalist level so often, and that's very much a leftist talking point, is how can we help? How can we be more benevolent? And that's also, you know, how can we take in more immigrants, more amnesty? What can we do to help out the people in dire need in the world when we don't have enough of our own affairs in order, right? It would just make sense, just like in a airplane losing cabin pressure that you put on your own oxygen mask first before you go about trying to rectify the situation in other countries. And I'm not saying we don't provide aid. I'm just saying there are many ways in which the amount of money that comes away from us as a country doesn't seem to make sense when there's so much more we have to spend on here. And the only time I've heard that in recent times going presenting itself as a leftist talking point, like, oh yeah, maybe we should think more domestically, is when it comes to like how much money we've spent in support of Israel. It's like, oh wait, yeah, now it dawns on you. Maybe here it's not such a great idea. This was my experimenting area, measuring distances. Oh, cool. You're not gay, you're bi, you can't understand the struggle I deal with. Yes, there was an era in leftist politics, but I feel like this was more 10 years ago-ish, where there was a significant amount of gatekeeping, where if you didn't have an identity in alignment with a situation that was occurring or a conversation that needed to be had, then you weren't allowed to be at the table. A really weird version of racism, bigotry, sexism, classism, in which ideas were discarded, even great ideas discarded because of who they came from. In other words, creating immense identity politics on the left. The right has already been horrible at making cults of personality, like so much so that you don't have to say anything factual as long as you say it in a funny, biting, or quippy way that people will remember when they leave the stadium or whatever. For the left to embark in the same fashion and talk about, you know, these people who all look alike have all the same shared experiences in our country and therefore are the only people who have the right to present a solution to the problem is awful. It sounds just as stereotyping, just as prejudiced, and just as short-sighted. It's a good place of where I would say there is a good both sides argument to be had. But I feel like the left is starting to pull away from that, which I super appreciate. In the city, no spawns. Nice. Kale, our favorite immortal. How do? What's good in your world? If they cap profits, that would stop everything from being too expensive, force them to put excessive profit back in the workers. How do you get a profit cap installed when the people who create the economic policy are in the pockets of the people making those profits? Until we deal with a lobbying law or lobbying regulation, what's to create a political a situation with our politics, with the people in power who can make these tax laws come into effect? How do we get those people there when the people that don't want a profit cap made have so much more power over the situation? That's what I don't understand, because I've heard the argument all the way back to Bernie, and maybe before, but I think Bernie was the first person I really heard say, all we need to do is wrest the big money from the big earners. And even as recent as Warren Buffett saying, you know, there are 800 companies out there that if they paid taxes like Berkshire Hathaway pays taxes, then the rest of the American populace wouldn't have to pay taxes. But nobody says how you get a policy like that in effect. I think it would be interesting. I think we could do a lot if we just had one of two things. Either a country in which everything you made past a certain amount went back into infrastructure, although it's not my preferential decision, I could see that working to some effect. The reason why I don't see it being preferential is because I know government work. Government work is poor. It's low productivity, has low incentive for productivity and high incentive for bloat and expense. and I don't like putting that kind of money into politicians' hands. But the opposite strategy, I think, has proven itself to be non-existent in modern culture, and that's the idea of, if you get rich, why not invest it back in the ecosystem that made you rich, which is Warren Buffett's concept, where he got his ideology. Is, you know, you get a certain amount of rich, you remember, what the hell are those? What are these things? Never seen these before in my life. You get rich, you remember who made you rich in the first place. If you got rich in the US, you're grateful to the US, ideally, and you spend your excess money back into helping the US grow more. So there can be more of you, more big winners, more rising tides, more helpful all around, so that not only are you happy in your mansion, but you're also happy around your city, because you're interacting with all the poors, and they're all not as poor as they used to be themselves. Yeah. Oh, I also didn't read the second half of that, which is forcing them to put excessive profit back in the workers. Yeah, I mean, that's an option. I don't know how you make that policy, how you make that happen. Oh, I didn't even see that tower over there. Really nice. There's so much. It just keeps going and going. Let's scroll down. This is the lab. Oh, interesting. Whoa, hello. I'm almost caught up with chat. Give me just a... give me just a moment and I will be. Giving the workers stock shares or sharing in the profits would be a nice start in lieu of increased wages. I've seen some companies do that. I was actually partner to, or I shouldn't say partner, employee of a couple companies that did that, and it was very rewarding. It was a nice experience to know that some little bit extra was going into my pocket for my contribution. I did something, it was effective, and they thanked me for my help monetarily with the money that they made by my help. And that's an employee draw too, right? You can draw high talent by promising things like that. We'll give you more than just your wage. We'll give you something extra that is in direct compensation to what you are, what you're working for. All right, how did I get down here? Lever up for jungle, netherwood, and brown mushroom. Interesting.
PD.
Yeah.
Remind me how to make deep slate tiles.
Deep slate tiles? I don't know. I really don't know. Is there more to this, or is this the dead end? Criticism of U.S. foreign policy fell out of fashion now that Chomsky's old. Chomsky still does it. He usually can only be seen on small-time podcasts, but he'll still pop in from time to time on some like student podcast or sort of a beginner show, and he'll say what he wants to say, share his opinions on the matter. Uh-oh. Is my boat sinking? Did my boat just sink? I didn't know that was possible. Well, that's dangerous. But yeah, I still think that, one, criticism should always happen of our government, and especially things that we do in foreign policy. But two, our government earns that because we're very secretive about the reasons why we do things. I mean, let's just talk about Afghanistan. How many people in chat feel like they really know what we are doing in Afghanistan? No wrong answers. I know the lobbying needs to be dealt with first, but if I could enact a change to be effective immediately, that's what I would do. I like your idea. I think our big problems can be solved by big change in capital. And that would be maybe one of the fastest ways to get a big change in capital. Those are sniffers. The lab was underground. It had copies of every plant I've found overland so far. Oh, neat. Oh, it's like you're making a seed repository for the end of the world.
He's making a Titan AE.
Yes, Titan AE. Exactly. The whole reason they have such excessive profit is the corporations argued they needed tax breaks to take care of their workers, and they got a lot of them. Since Reagan, they've been getting tax breaks with almost every Republican in office, right? The idea being that you help out the richest in our society, and you see big gains all over for it. And the fact of it is that we see hoarding, like, you know, dragon hordes. So kind of worked out in a very backwards way, but they're still very popular. Oh, hi. What the hell is that thing? Oh, I'm gonna die. He's gonna kill me. And I don't have any food to ameliorate my condition.
That would be a drown that was killing you.
Oh, thanks. I hate it.
Oh, I meant to talk to you about completely off topic.
Oh, sure. Let me see if I'm caught up here. Oh, the whole reason they have access for the corporates argued they needed tax breaks, providing healthcare, for example. But yeah, the corporations found a way to loophole out of that, undo all the tax breaks. Sorry, head is thumping. Can't explain well. That's okay. Come to think of it, listening to Chomsky's take on Russia, Ukraine might be interesting for you. Another point of view. I would be curious to hear what he has to say. Maybe we'll indulge in that later. You can get sucked underwater. You need to watch for undertows. That just looked like a gentle flow of water. I didn't think I was going to get pulled under. Policy also changes every 4 years. There's no coherency. A lot of people do seem to like to undo the last... I need to turn the music down. I know you said it was quiet on your end stream, but it's loud in my ears. I feel like I'm shouting at myself just to hear myself over the music. Yeah, I feel like I read somewhere that a lot of first presidential moves have been to undo something wildly unfavorite in the previous administration. Unfavored by the other side, of course. Foreign policy remains abysmal throughout every age. Yeah, we don't have leftist presidents that make decisions that I think leftist Americans would appreciate. Our foreign policy is generally very invasive and in the interests of our future profits, securing trade, and making sure that we have some level of autonomy in case something goes wrong. All of which is generally means we have to do something kind of not appreciated by the left in order to make these things happen. Warrior needs food badly. I do. Oz is very muted. Oh, are you? Talk to me.
I don't know. I guess.
You do seem a little quiet. I had you turn down the last stream because you were loud.
Ver loud.
Loud enough that I had to turn you down.
Gotcha.
Okay. Tro says in the industrial district there's a cooked steak farm. Oh. I don't think I found the industrial district, but I'm curious too. Okay. Oz, you had something off topic?
There was a trailer for a movie that I think the littles would really enjoy watching in the theaters.
Oh. Okay.
It is Moana 2.
Oh. I think I heard about this, actually. Yeah, I think they would. Although it's been a really long time since either of them have asked to see Moana 1.
Yeah, but that doesn't really mean anything.
That's true. Okay. Oh, yeah. I stopped midway through this project and never finished filling it with blue. Blue concrete. Oh, I couldn't hear her at all? How does she sound now? Much better? Okay. Good, good, good. Yeah, the girls used to be big fans of Moana back in the day, but as kids are, their tastes are...
Ever evolving.
Yeah, they vacillate wildly from month to month, sometimes week to week. So we have taken the policy of if they ever assert that they want something or want to define their life in a certain way, we ask them over and over again, like, so do you still want this? Are you still interested in this? Is this still cool to you? Just to keep sort of a vibe check on what's going on. Keep them away from Wish. You're not going to believe...
They already watched it.
Yeah, you're not going to believe this. They watched Wish and they thought like, oh, that was okay. It did not sway them
at all.
Nearly as much.
They were like, meh.
Yeah. They enjoyed it. They had a good time. They thought it was fun and funny, and they really liked the goat. They liked the goat more than the star.
Yeah.
But then they were done, and they were just done. They've never asked for it. They see it again, and they go, look, there's that goat. And I say, okay, well, what do you want to watch? And they're like, oh, they'll choose something else. Yeah, anything else, just not that. I think part of Wish's allure is... as somebody who's seen all of the Disney movies, watching the references to those Disney movies come in different format, trying to put it all together, that's something I think a bigger kid could probably do if they had been a big Disney addict.
Or really more just like people like millennials. I feel like it's a millennial movie.
It's probably for the adults. I'm just saying, if a kid were to do that, they'd have to be older than our kids. I don't know where you are.
Over here.
Oh, I see you now. Hi.
Hi. I'm working on the pathway.
Okay.
What do you think of the approach to the building?
I like it quite a lot. It looks great from over here where I can see it at an interesting angle because I'm high up.
And this pathway is going to go over to the farm.
Moana 2 teaser trailer is out. Oh, interesting. I might have gone slightly overboard. You are fine. I very much appreciate what you've built so far, and I'm eager to... I feel inspired, actually. It was such a bad movie. Haha, I see what you did there. I didn't think it was bad. I thought some of the concepts made some sense. It at least had a moral that worked out okay. But I wasn't really incentivized to watch it again. You meant the website Wish? Huh?
No.
Oh, you thought that she meant the website Wish. I want to watch Wish for the goat and see if I like any more of the soundtrack. Yeah, it's it didn't do anything wrong. I just don't think I was immediately allured or enamored by it either. Yeah. It was a Disney movie. And it wasn't their worst. I don't know what I'd think the worst Disney movie was, but it wasn't Wish. God, didn't you ever go back and watch your old cartoons you were nostalgic about afterwards and you're like, how can anyone watch this crap? Yes, as a matter of fact. Although I think Sam is about to pop into ads. He's still not subscribed, even though he's given so many so many gift subs.
Well, I'm hopping into ads too, so.
Yeah, well, I don't want you to pay. I'm a millennial and I don't like it at all. Okay. The movie sense is such a mess and sends a bad message too. What's the bad message that you think it sends? I'm curious what your take is on the thematics of it. I'm behind on Disney movies, says Kale. I've missed so many. The good thing is that you know, they don't really sit on each other very much. There are a few movies that are sequels that do, of course. I was interested to see that it was Leroy and Stitch or whatever the movie was called had some good reviews and people seemed to really enjoy it. And I was like, okay, let me look up a quick little, you know, how do you watch this movie? Like, what do you need to know before you watch the movie? And I think I'm getting this right. I might be getting which movie it is wrong, but the most recent Lilo and Stitch movie. And it was like, yeah, you should probably watch the first one and then the third one and the second one in reverse order, because it makes more sense that way than in the order they were released. I was like, oh, that's a little confusing, but that's okay. And then you need to see the 86 episodes of the TV show. I was like, oh, come on. Need to? 86? I ain't got time for that. Lilo and Stitch was my favorite Disney movie for many, many years. So it sounded like when they had more that maybe I might like to go down that rabbit hole, but not 86 episodes of a TV show down that rabbit hole. Snow White has always been pretty controversial. I don't know if I'd call it worst. But I know what the best part of waking up is. Hi, Kit. How we doing? I love how we went from immigration to Disney.
I mean, they're kind of one and the same.
I mean, there are definitely some talking points to be had as far as labor and identity when it comes to Disney. What's going on down here? It's like a whole chimney. The villain wasn't granting every person's wish, but they send out the message that everyone's wish should and will come true. Right, that's what makes them the villain, though, right?
Yeah.
Leroy Jenkins and Stitch. I'd watch that movie. Most Disney movie sequels are straight to VHS DVD. That used to be true, right? Now I don't know if that's necessarily the case anymore. And in fact, there's weird stuff happening with the pandemic Disney movies, which is they succeeded so well that they are going backwards and releasing them in theaters.
Well, it's because they couldn't release them in theaters when they originally came out.
Yeah, but if they did poorly, they wouldn't have spent the money to put them in the box office.
No,
like, let's just say
they did well streaming.
Yeah, let's just say like Luca was the one that I saw that I think the girls would be excited about.
Yeah.
If it just pulled like bad numbers, I don't think they would even bother. I didn't even see that somebody was sleeping. Suddenly it's daytime. Great.
I slept.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. Kid says, I'm in this nice lull between my kids no longer watching Disney movies and my niece's nephew not quite ready for them. Nice. Yeah, when our kids were little, they watched a lot of... Oh, behind you. Oh, it still blew up. That's okay. It's just dirt. Oh, I guess it got some of the wood, too. They watched a lot of Netflix stuff. And one of those shows was a Jim Henson production, which I thought was kind of cool. And they've seen a number of Muppets things that they really like. So I don't think they're necessarily Disney kids. They just like shows. Worst Disney movie is Tinkerbell and the Never Beast. That movie destroyed my heart. What? Spoiler alert for anybody that really wants to sit and watch this movie, but I don't mind being spoiled. What happens? Why does that movie destroy your heart? What did Tinkerbell do? Show us on the Tinkerbell toy what she did to you. Oh, can you really climb all the way to the top of this? That'd be really neat. I feel like the answer is yes. Wow, now that's a view. This will be a really cool view once everything's built up around here. Honestly, I'm waiting for a second Encanto. I think I would love that. I don't even care.
Honestly, same.
I don't even care what they do, as long as they get what's his name, Lin Miranda back in to do the music. Then it super doesn't matter what the storyline's like. Just want to hear those songs. Lately,
just keep giving me this chocolate.
Yeah. Lately, Disney just seems to be remaking the old ones in live action. I would argue against that. There's definitely a vein of Disney that started doing that, but I think
I feel like they cut out doing that like after maybe like 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, they've gotten some mixed reviews on that. I think a number of people were excited about The Little Mermaid for a little bit, if only because it made conservatives really uncomfortable. And so they're like, yeah, I'll watch it for that reason. And then, oh, it's not really that great of a movie. Most filmmakers are too afraid to take a risk, so it's all revamping. That's true, yeah, of a lot of things, right? I mean, for decades, we've had movies that were based on books. We needed to wait and see, did the book sell well? Okay, that book sold well. Let's give it a try as a movie. Or they were screenplay, or sorry, not screenplays, theatrical releases or Broadway musicals first, and then we made them into movies. Something had to show that it was going to be a good concept at first. The idea that we'll put out a story that's never been heard before is something only a few production companies have the luxury of doing. And I feel that's why Oz and I have spent a lot of time watching A24 films. And that reason, in part, is the fact that they'll tackle ideas and stories that are just not being presented in any other production company. And they also care about the cinematography, like at a Wes Anderson sort of level of they want cinema that will be taught to new and upcoming students of cinema. Is this safe? Is safe all the way down? Oh, neat. I could have just taken one elevator all the way to the top. It's kind of a nice vantage point. They left it open for a second one, so it's possible. It's true. Yeah, nothing too big or crazy changed at the end of Encanto 1 to warrant it being closed off.
I kind of feel like they finally like explained. I mean, or there's like this theory that like they didn't necessarily explain it, but there's this idea that Mirabel kind of always had power, and that is that Grandma never had power. The only power that Grandma had was that she had a traumatic event happen to her,
right?
And the house was like gifted unto her.
Right.
That was her gift.
Yeah. And so Mirabel was just another grandmother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
I need... Yeah, no, I originally, I know you were talking about making the road 3 across, and it doesn't make sense for, like, road for, like, doorways and, like, for, like, grand doorways anyway.
Well,
it just...
Your idea for the church was to have double doors, and my idea was that the road doesn't go all the way up to the church's front door, right?
Yeah, but I wanted it to... Because this is where you spawn in, and so I wanted it to feel like the grand entrance into the world, and I couldn't figure out how to... I'm still working out how to kind of, like... not have it quite connect.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm for whatever you decide. Robots, hello and welcome. Yes, we're playing Minecraft this evening and talking about immigration, specifically illegal, specifically in the United States.
Do you mind helping me dig out some deep slate?
That's fine.
I'm in the old hovel. Because that's the most direct path that we have to deep slate.
I think you're right. They think the beast is evil, but turns out he's the key to stopping this event every, 100 years. I'm hazy on particulars. One of the fairies manages to show them all he's a hero. After he saves them, they give him the loving treatment he always deserved while he prepared to hibernate again. Interesting. They set it up in the future he would be welcomed by his friends and help to achieve his quest, but it hurts because the fairy who is his first friend will be long dead by the time he returns again. So it's beautiful, the growth, but bittersweet too. I see. Just hurts to see her say goodbye knowing he will come back and she'll be gone, though others will love him for her. Interesting. That's kind of a weird, that's one of those themes that we can't really fathom that well as humans. Because we rarely will ever find a situation in which we'll come back to a world after a long hiatus of not being in the world and find that the people that we loved have all, lived their lives and died. It's just an interesting thought experiment in emotionality. How would we tackle that if we had to, maybe an astronaut that went through some sort of hibernation or time dilation in such a way that when they came back, the world has moved on without them. Well, that's all the Minecraft I can look at for one day, so have fun. All right. Thanks for swinging in. Keeping your stream streak alive and well. It's dark in here and I don't have any light sources. Why is my inventory such poop? I don't have half the things I usually keep in my inventory to keep myself safe. Hitting boredom here. County is broke for me again. Oh, bummer. What keeps breaking? Or do they know? It's just something on the server side that keeps falling apart, or is it an error that you're getting? I need a break from trying to platinum Little Kitty Big City. That game sounds fun. Felt like a throwback to the traumatic children's media of my childhood. Yeah, our kids have had some foray in that. Their first experience in a movie theater, we took them to see Labyrinth, which was happened to be playing in the theater by us.
Yeah,
So,
in our city, which
yeah.
was kind of strange
We'd have
and
to
interesting.
go right into Atlanta. We could just enjoy the movie, and they really liked it. They liked the experience of being in a theater. They liked the movie enough that they keep asking for that movie. But it's one of those movies that's kind of,
It's a little challenging sometimes. There are some kind of freaky moments.
Yeah, there are, I think, weird ideas or maybe a lack of ideas of what children's programming should be like. And accordingly, they just did whatever sort of suited their fancy, I think. I'm already so full on stuff. I want to help you out with this. I'm gonna have to do
No
some
worries.
inventory management in some way, some sort of fashion.
If you go all the way up to the top, there are chests that you can just dump stuff off into.
It's more, where did I put the stuff that I like to have? Because I generally keep a certain type of good on me,
I get you.
but I'll happily dump things that I don't regularly keep on me among your things. Why do I have so much? It doesn't even feel like my inventory. I must have been doing something very specific while I was out and about.
I mean, you were just like dancing over lava for the longest time. I don't know what your inventory would even look like because you died too.
Yeah. No, I must have been transferring some stuff because I got a number of diamonds and raw gold. I think I was moving it to a better location. What I think I was doing was I was going to put some of the more rare things that were mine in a private chest somewhere.
Gotcha.
It's my side somewhere? Oh, okay. I suppose I can put some of this here. Not a big deal. I don't need to hang on to all the richest things in the server. Oh, it's dark outside. There's no bed in here, is there?
No, there's not.
Alright. Oh, there's no bed in here either.
Nope, you gotta go to the farm.
Ah, where's the farm? Oh, I know. Bad aim, my friend. Bad aim. Oh, there are beds in the farm. Neat. So, a point I wanted to raise in bringing up the topic of immigration is one thing that I think has been odd and interesting to see in the culture of what policies get passed and what policies get denied is a number of policies for a while that have been some sort of stemming of immigration law, either a closing of borders or some form of regulation that have been turned down by the Republicans in Congress.
It's a Nico.
Nico. Welcome. Balerion, welcome. Good to have you back in again. I'm from Brazil. There are people of different nationalities here. There are cultures, religions all over the world that are incompatible due to their beliefs. But I believe that with globalization and the advancement of artificial intelligence, human beings will become more homogenous and without many borders. I'm curious to know or to understand what you think AI will have to do to help out with that. I could imagine some stuff, but since you brought it up, I'll ask you, in what ways do you think AI will help with the reduction of borders and feeling that we're different from each other? I agree. I do see a trend toward globalization. I don't necessarily see a trend toward homogeneity in life. I think we'll always have people that are a little more traditional and or restrictive, and people who are a little more progressive of ideas. And I think that there's a proper balance. I don't think we should ever look at a system with the idea of this is old and I don't understand it, so we should destroy it and replace it. And I also don't believe in the idea of this is old and tried and tested, so we should never doubt it. So I think... Are you okay?
Yeah, I fell in a hole.
Oh, okay. So I think the right idea is to always keep a certain amount of disparate ideas together so that we never lose sight of the feelings or opinions that we might not hold, and to understand that we're trying to protect and preserve everybody's happiness and freedom, right? And to do the best that we can to make that happen. because we're going to stop doing manual work and labor. That I could definitely see. I've already seen so much automation take over jobs. I'll admit this for anybody that hasn't heard this before, but my day job currently, the one that I do because I'm still not a full-time streamer yet, is essentially to get rid of people. That's not what I do on paper, but a significant portion of my duties are to look at the technology that the company I work for has access to and identify ways in which it could be used better to reduce the amount of work. Now, bottom line, what that could mean in the long run, nobody said this, but it could mean that the people that I reduce the work for eventually don't have enough work to make sense to keep hired. So could I be potentially killing jobs at my company and replacing them with computer programs and applications and stuff? Maybe. It's possible. But
so what D is trying to say is that he is the actual devil.
I am the actual devil, yeah. I am the reason why Joe in accounting lost his job, because I produced a really great automation that did Joe's job.
I hope you understand that Joe has a wife who has cancer and now he can't get her chemo and it's all your fault.
I'm willing to live with this fate. Yeah. Listen, Joe was pushing pencils for a long time before I came around, so, it was just a matter of time. He was gambling with his own career by not figuring out what he was useful for. He knew he was going to be replaced. It didn't even have to be me. Somebody else would have come along and done it, if not me.
Wow.
There's no Joe. Don't hate in the comments right now. Oh no. Oh, that was my last. Okay. I guess not my last. But I do also agree that if we're doing less manual work, we will have more time to focus on higher things like fixing the problems of how we treat each other and what our society is geared to do, what our government is doing to either help or hinder people. Anybody who has more free time is naturally going to be more invested in local politics. Just look at the very elderly. The people who are completely retired and have nothing else to do are usually the loudest, most vociferous voices in local politics. And I hate to say it, but they get it done. They're actually getting policy changed. If they hate that a certain street light works a certain way, they will be the squeaky wheel until that gets fixed. If younger people start to get into that position too, because they start to have more free time because of automation and AI, that could make some real good changes for the better, potentially, depending on the young person.
Could they make changes for good?
We'll see. AI will do everything for us, and we will have time to study and other stuff. I hope so. It's kind of, there's an American, was it a president? Let me find the link, the quote here for this. Might have been John Adams.
Oh, hello, Chief.
Hello.
Hi. It is John Adams. Woo! I am smart. Second president of the United States. Said, and I don't usually quote Americans, but in this case, he said something poignant. He said, "I must study politics and war, that my sons may have the liberty to study mathematics and philosophy. My sons ought to study mathematics and philosophy, geography, natural history, naval architecture, navigation, commerce, and agriculture, in order to give their children a right to study painting, poetry, music, architecture, statuary, tapestry, and porcelain." I love the concept behind that. Not that everybody should have something that they have to study, because frankly, some people are just better maybe not studying. Some people's brains are more for studying than others. But just the idea that maybe we could actually make it better for new generations of humans if we worked to make everyone's lives easier. Kit says programs are only as smart as the programmer. They respond to if-then solutions and find one without a then to respond. It all goes to hell. True, but there are way more jobs out there that still can be automated than we actually need AI for. What we really need is some good robotics and some good capital to invest in the situation. And we really could put a lot of people out of work with the best intention, in my opinion. The intention being we should also do something with all of our labor savings, and that is fund a basic income for everybody.
Yes.
Akumu says,
universal income.
Kicker is Minecraft wouldn't let me launch it in like a week or two ago, and now I can launch it. Woohoo! But a quick and efficient solution regarding immigrants would be to open all borders. The world will become one. Just general advice, and people share more. Maybe. You have to think culturally who's open to sharing with people that are not like them and who isn't. In the
Not
US,
Americans. Not typically.
yeah, in the US, the idea that you would share with somebody that might be ideologically different than you, or even just kind of look different than you, is something a lot of Americans are not comfy with.
It's really pathetic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's kind of the same with the UK. Like there were a lot of the time. It's pretty bad now, but it was so much worse, say about 5, 7, maybe even more years ago. Anyone who's seen different than your average quote unquote British person was immediately ostracized, ethnically questioned, and just almost fucking interrogated. And I'm just like, why? Like, we have our borders open for a reason. They're here for whatever reasons that are not your right to know. Why are you questioning them?
Yeah.
So with the whole open up the borders, don't get me wrong. In an ideal world, I would love that. I would love for everyone's borders to be open. But at the same time, even with their cultures not our own, like there are some countries out there that are so culturally defensive. I just don't see it happening in our lifetime anyway.
Some people will also blame external factors on what they see with their own eyes too. And unfortunately, a lot of that ends up coming into blaming somebody else, trying to find a victim or a scapegoat to put things on. I mean, think about Germany and what happened there. It was definitely an idea of help. We're having a real economic crisis. What do we do to make a real economic crisis palatable for the people here? And they made awful choices. And they're not the only country to make choices in that direction. Just look, the Syrian immigrant crisis in Europe was another sort of situation in which a lot of countries decided, because we're having economic issues right now, we're going to blame the most obvious, not us externality that we can see around here, because it scratches a certain itch in a certain demographic of people, I think. Yeah.
And a lot of the times, like you said, when faced with an economic crisis, what usually and what most politicians are afraid to say, but what history teaches us, is that war is great for the economy.
Oh yeah. Why do you think Russia is having such a good time right now? Their crazy percentage of GDP spending into war.
Oh yeah, it's just ridiculous, especially as well as not just Russia, but at the same time, it's just everywhere. I mean, think of all the technological advancements we've had, during like certain war times.
Mhm.
Would you expect that any other time? Probably not.
Probably not. America, unfortunately, has a lot of innovation that came out of the military sector, and we can use that as precedent to compensate or to explain why we would spend so much in military defense. Like, well, just look at how much it's helped out, all of our civilian life as well. So, and justify the means in that regard.
Yeah, it's again in an ideal world, but we just don't. We don't have that ideal world at the moment, and as depressing as it is, idealism is great for theory and great for discussion, but in practice, nope.
All right, guys, I am gonna hop off of here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go play some games with Fangirl and Chief. Are you gonna be joining?
Of course. Why do you think I'm here?
Sounds good. Thanks for popping in, guys.
Yeah.
No worries at all. I hope you have a good stream, T.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll catch you guys on the flip
And-
side.
Yeah. Stay sexy.
You too.
Whoa.
All right. See ya.
All right. See ya.
See ya.
All right. Let me catch up with chat here. Robotics, I see doing more in the future than AI. At this point, 100%. What most people see as AI doing anything right now is usually just generative algorithms, which require, deep corpus sort of amalgamations. And if anybody was upset with ChatGPT 3.5, which was pretty bad in and of itself, I think it's laughable now. We're in a situation where AI is just kind of like funny and a great content farm. If anybody's seen the Google fails that have been coming out this last month, they're awful. In fact, I get a push notification once a day minimum, sometimes more, that's just absolute complete garbo from Google. They're just, it's AI is not where it needs to be. Robotics, however, I could see especially helping out the lowest income people, the hardest workers, the ones who suffer the greatest in the later part of their lives because they've traded sweat equity. They're using their bodies to earn their money for the majority of their lives, and that takes an immense toll on your ability to live a healthy late life. So I would love to see robotics transforming communities in our future. How about a mix of both? Maybe. I still think AI has a long way to go before it's viable for a lot of things. People are concerned that undocumented immigrants put a burden on the system when tax dollars go to support them instead of our own citizens, and that they shift policy due to the way the census influences the House seats. So that would involve two things happening, I think, and whether that's happening or not depends on which person you ask. But one of those things happening is undocumented immigrants would have to actually be earning tax dollar benefits that outweigh their contribution to the society, right? So, oh crap, didn't want to fall down here. So first you would need to be able to see and prove that that an undocumented immigrant was paying taxes, which they probably have to pay taxes in some way, at least sales tax where they live. And then you'd have to show that the amount that they are gaining in benefit from tax costs more than what they're putting into the system by living here. The other half of that is if they would actually count on any sort of census. Like, how would you use somebody who's undocumented and record them anywhere for purposes of political shifting or swaying? I've heard the argument that Democrats actually like looser borders so that they'll bring in more people who are specifically more inclined to vote Democrat. And I find that particularly weird, partly because Republicans tend to be the more religious, and more immigrants who come in undocumented are of religious background. And especially the people who end up hiring undocumented immigrants tend to be people who can hire, which tend to be people of a little bit higher income brackets. People of higher income brackets tend to be on the side of conservatism generally. And so it's all a little bit confused and muddled there. They'll think that people want to come to this country because they want to freeload the U.S. I don't know that I've heard anybody say that people necessarily want to freeload here. The benefit situation for people who are not taxpayers isn't as great as I think some people might paint. I think the larger concern that people have is that undocumented workers might take jobs. And right now, that could be seen as kind of a concern because the unemployment rate is so low. It's historically amazingly low. We have so many people at so many jobs now, it's harder to get a job, right? And that part's kind of funny because you might think that that's happening because undocumented workers are taking all of the good jobs away from the American citizens, but it's mostly Americans that are doing all the working these days. The only jobs that are being taken in sort of like mass amounts by undocumented workers, at least from the research I could find, happen to be in menial, unskilled labor, which turns out most Americans don't really want to do. They're disincentivized, personally and internally disincentivized toward that kind of labor. There is I believe this was in Arkansas, a rule that was passed that revoked a significant amount of illegal labor in the farmlands of Arkansas. And they freed up so many more jobs, something like 40,000 jobs for Arkansas resident Americans. And those jobs were largely unfilled, with the main complaints being the work hours are too long, the work is too browbeating, I have medical conditions that do not support this type of work, and therefore I can't take a job of this kind. There are so many reasons why the actual citizens were like, oh, you know what, on second thought, not that job. They can take those jobs. That's so far from the case. These people come here because they want to work, they want to have a better life, they want to be able to own a house, be safe, and more. Generally, yeah, and especially the be safe part, I think, is a big thing. Because it's bad in a lot of areas, especially in Latin America these days. That's why I mentioned before, opening borders seems like a good idea. The only problem is conflicting beliefs between cultures. Conflicting beliefs, and I think just the fear of people being different. A lot of folks have a real hang-up with the concept of being around people that have different values than themselves. Yeah. The dying throes of capitalism lead to fascism. We'll see. Fascism is a hard sell these days because you have to have an uneducated populace. And while there's definitely a group of people out there that's fighting to create a cult of don't go to higher education, those universities will brainwash you, Don't believe what the scientists tell you. Oh, and the big one, your common sense is going to be the best guide that you have. God has created you with a certain amount of personal, internal driving force that will lead you to the truth. You should follow that. I am leading the coalition that will contradict that movement. It is one of my life goals that I demand to create a community and a culture and an army of you people that disbelieve in common sense as a guiding light, that we will refute anything that is being led by a concept of a tradition or a background in sensible behavior, and we will act without sensible ideology, without tradition, without precedent, but instead just focus on scientifically, repeatably proven, fact-guided content. A somewhat wise debater on the sort of far right was once quoted as saying, facts don't care about your feelings. And then less than 5 years later, I think from, it's Ben Shapiro, from him saying stuff like that, his whole fan base and political ideology around him seemed to sway in exactly the opposite idea. Don't you dare pursue facts. Don't you dare pursue education. We've got everything we need built in internally inside of us. It's wild. Let's see. I'm an active Dota 2 player, and the server I go to is European. Wow, it's a very toxic place precisely because of the conflict of cultures. But life is trying to teach us to live in harmony. The teacher arrives when the student is prepared to raise a level of humanity. I like that. Very nicely said. That's really a shame, but I've heard a lot of that scenario too. That's why I've never bought into the Nick Fuentes idea that the United States could ever be a white ethno-state, because you just have to look to Europe to realize that people have long since decided that being white is not enough to be culturally endemic or connected to other people. This is not a thing. Whiteness is not a thing. I can only speak from my background. In this case, it's a bachelor's degree and over 20 years experience in IT. AI has a place, but I don't see it taking the place of a workforce. Yeah, I agree. I studied IT as well, and I actually specialized in AI. I see where AI is now. I definitely see where AI shines in ways that it can be used as a tool that can help a person in ways that we never foresaw AI to jump in. But I would still argue it's what people probably think of as AI is probably very little on the intelligence part and much more on just the artificial part. The biggest things being automation of things that required highly precise and highly specialized skill sets that we forced people to learn and work on themselves. For example, like different types of surgery or manufacturing and construction, where if we could just get the right robotics and the right precision of optics and adjustments for variances, you know, this material is slightly denser in a certain pocket than all the other materials. How do you accommodate for that? Or somebody's bleeding out of a capillary that you didn't expect to be there. Anomalous situations. If we can create anomalous situation handling for very high skill set work, that would be fantastic. But the vast majority of the heavy lifting in our cultures will be to get the menial labor and the unskilled labor off their feet, off of lifting stuff with their back all day, off of sweating all day, and doing something else with their lives. Literally anything else with their lives. Yeah. Employ them, educate them, make them legal, marry them, and integrate them. Wait, what's up, Jab? Marry them But that's what they're there for, to exploit you so you don't end up marrying a citizen. I say sarcastically. Please read my sarcasm. Thank you. This is the internet, and I'm on camera, so hopefully you'll read if I'm sarcastic. I'll still say it, just in case. We need more immigration. Here's where I agree with you. As somebody who is not very much on the left, I do share some ideology with the left, but I will not identify as a leftist. I think that the United States does not calculate how much menial labor we actually need and how little we actually want our American citizens to do that labor. The children of the historically rather American, you know, you're as many generations American as there was a United States, which we all know is not that many. But for the few generations that you were in this country, and you say, oh, we're just American now, we don't have ties to other nations, those are the people that, by and large, are probably disinterested in having their kids become a farmhand. Not a farm owner or farmer, but a farmhand. Probably not. If you really had to choose, you probably wouldn't want your kid to be a troop. Not an officer, not a pilot, but a grunt holding a rifle and defending the front lines. If you could think of things you don't want your kid to be, then you probably want somebody else to do those, and you probably want somebody else to do those for your country. How do you do that? Immigration. That's just the free capitalist in me talking. That's not a giving people better lives from other countries. That's not a you know, how to solve the situation to help with amnesty for other people. I think there's a basement to this place. I want to try to see if I can find it. I don't know if Bones is actually, this is Bones's construction, but I don't know how much of the undercarriage exists or doesn't exist here. We'll take a look around and see if we can find it. And it's also getting dark, so I better find some place to sleep too. That's an idiotic argument. The one where Dems are bringing in illegal immigrants for votes. I mean, it's also a hard to refute argument. So you can say it's dumb, but, you know, find the Republican that you can tell them that's not the case. How would you prove that? How would you prove that to somebody who believed that illegal immigrants are taking votes from Americans or are swaying the vote in some way because they're here? How could you disprove that person's ideology? You'd have to probably cite a left-leaning news source, which I imagine wouldn't go over very well. And they could probably cite a right-leaning news source that disproves you. I mean, in the eyes of that person, anyway. That was what Musk said. Musk also said that that immigrants are stealing votes, or adding to the left vote, I should say. Not stealing. The immigrant population near me is fairly conservative religious. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. Generally, if you're talking about just ideologies, if you're talking about a group of people who are, you know, sort of anti-religion and maybe voting for things like abortion, those things might not go over entirely well received by certain immigrant populations. I'm sorry, Bones. This is the only way I could think of to get in here. I didn't see an actual door. Oh, maybe it's from underneath. I just realized. Oh, this is cool from underneath. I wish in Shrouded you could see big buildings like this in their full glory, but the clipping plane is so low. Probably because there's so much more graphics to handle in that game. This game gives a sense of immensity that you can't see in other like voxel build games. I think the internet is my issue. It's been going out more and more for longer and longer. Fiance is going to call a new provider tomorrow. We switched providers recently too. I would tell you all about them on stream, but we don't get paid by them for sponsorship, so I probably won't say them out loud until somebody in one of those big companies decides to fork over money, and then I'll you know, extol their good graces on my stream. We are not sponsored by anybody. So if you hear me talk about any brands in any of my live streams, it's because I'm legitimately excited to tell you about somebody that I really enjoy, and I will be willing to do so for free, which is crazy, but it happens. Sometimes I actually love somebody that much, I'd be willing to talk about them for free. They're taking jobs that Americans don't even want. That's why we have such a hard time with building new housing. Building new housing? Tell me about that claim. What's our problem with building new housing? Because I don't hear the if-then statement there. According to Musk, at least, the census takes account of non-citizens, which, according to their chosen political party, influences the number of House seats for that political party, which in turn influences policy, all without voting. So that's weird for a couple reasons, right? One of those reasons being the number of House seats for a given political party would... House seats are how are House seats determined? I can't imagine, one, non-citizens being counted toward that, and two, I can't imagine filling a district that's already very blue with more people would generate enough to create another representative, right? In some cases, like in California, they actually lost a representative recently because of the people moving out of California. I blame me and Oz and myself. We moved from California, and therefore they lost a representative. Doubt it was just us. Which in turn influences policy. I'm not sure about that. I think lobbies still influence policy more. That's an interesting argument. He spreads conspiracy bullshit constantly. The fun thing about conspiracy bullshit is if you choose what conspiracy you are touting just right, it's such that it can't be disproven online. Or if it is disproven online, it's only disproven to the people who would do the research to find out whether that's true or not. If you're careful, online, you can avoid ever learning anything new. Okay, so that's how you get over there. You go there, you go over here to the far right corner, all the way down this hallway, turn right, and you're there. And that's inside the tower is up. What's down? Lots of different stuff. Lots of layers. Like a layer cake. Like an onion. Not such a dummy, apparently, I think. If you look at how many people believe Musk's talking points, he's not enough of a dummy. Yeah, not enough. I personally don't care what values other people have as long as it doesn't involve the dehumanization or harming of other people. I would generally agree there. Oh, this is right here. Interesting. I do like the idea that, especially in the US, we would keep and maintain somehow a country in which people's opinions and ideas were largely protected and didn't have to stand any sort of censorship or canceling of any sort on a policy or governmental level. Now, on a interpersonal level, I think that we also shouldn't be provided any special protections just because we believe in a certain way. And anything that we say or do should be aired out to the public in a wider way than it already is. I feel like too many people with garbage ideas or cruel thoughts can hide in plain view, can go to their jobs and can get by just fine, and that they need to be aired out so that they can feel the social pressure of the decisions that they're making with their lives. I think they should be known. I mentioned this before in a topic on, I think when we were talking about like profanity, what profanity looks and sounds like in the modern era. And a lot of you all agreed that the most profane things you could say, the biggest cuss words you could say these days, are not related to like having sex or like dirty things or animal parts or whatever, but it's all about like racial slurs. And I would love to have a world where racial slurs were more exposed. Anybody that decides to use conversational communication in that way would be openly exposed and expressed to everybody, so that everyone would know who decides to communicate in that fashion, and we could make decisions accordingly. You know, imagine if you're like a really shitty molestery sort of guy on Tinder, and it ends up being on your profile, like, hey, 89 out of 100 people this dude is interactive with all agree he's like really skeezy. You know, it might help people in the future sort of just decide what they want to do with that. And maybe it would even go away after a while, or you could take, you know, anti-skis classes, and then he could remove that checkbox from his profile. I'm all for allowing people to rehabilitate out of it. I'm going to try to make a controversial statement that Musk is a rather smart fella. Look at how much money he's earned. Obviously, he's doing something that is clever. Now, he might not be the engineer that some people believe he is, and he might not be the bootstrap person that some people seemed to claim that he was at first. Like he actually made any of that wealth from the start. But there are definitely wealthy people who have come and gone that have squandered their wealth, chosen incorrectly, pathed there, and decided in ways that were ultimately detrimental to their progress, and have just failed at what they were trying to do. And so far, he's only succeeded or failed in ways that he can recuperate from, whether by his own merits or by other people's merits who he has roped in. So he's doing some things right, even though I think we also see a lot of the places where he's failed. I think Musk hires smart people. I think that's a smart thing to do, though. I don't think he's particularly a genius or anything. I wouldn't say genius. I'd say great at business and great at exploiting situations for what they are. Yeah. I mean, he was afraid that AI was going to take over the world. And that was like, I don't know, more than 5 years ago. So for him to have that kind of fear so long ago, I laughed at him back then. And now that AI has progressed to where it is now, I laugh at him harder. He spreads misinformation and idiotic ideas, but the misinformation he spreads serves him. Yeah. Were you looking at the temple? Follow signs for Bones' place. Yeah. That Aztec temple. I think next I want to check out the... I wonder if Crim's wife has done more in the cherry forest. I also think that's where I would like to build at some point. Oh crap, it's getting dark. Better find a place to roost. Rest my head. I'm back and neglected to your prior comment about Nick Fuentes. What was my prior comment? My guess is that polling would be the best evidence of white racism. How would you poll that? How would you pull that in a way that people would actually respond truthfully to what you're asking, though? I'm kind of curious. I want to finish reading that, but I think Everett just got pulled into ads. So maybe I'll hold off on that interacting with that particular comment until I know that he's free again. Is there a bed up here? I hope I picked a tower that has a bed somewhere in it. Nope. Just a nice golem. and I'm alone, so I can't ask anybody to sleep. I have to find a bed of my own. A bed of my own. I'll hold off on Everett's comment. I'll keep going for those of you that are still in stream. Jam says, I can prove it because illegal immigrants can't actually vote in elections. True. Also, immigrants tend to be conservative, as mentioned by someone else. That was me. Can we go up here? What happens if you make it all the way to the top?
Everett
I'm kinda
Dupanga just
scared. I don't think there's going
subscribed.
to be a bed up here, though. Oh, it's pretty up here. But, I don't see a bed. Whoa. Yeah, to the top. Can I see a bed on a rooftop from here? Oh, I can see beds in there. Neat. That actually worked. And beds over there, too. Good stuff. It did work. Did work in my favor. Alright. I'll hold off on reading the rest of the... everybody's about to come back from break real quick. Pulling would be the best evidence of white racism. I'm unclear how useful a commentator's viewership is as a metric of support for that commentator. I mean, that's fair. There could be a certain argumentation made that people watch, hate watch in some places. I definitely remember seeing a streamer to develop a toxic fan base. They became popular. Can I just take your bed? Cool. I hope that doesn't piss somebody off. Oh, sorry. Pardon. Excuse me. Oh, now it's daytime. Great. Yeah, there's definitely a certain amount of hate watchers, especially for somebody who's controversial or who has developed a certain proclivity for their content online. And I think Nick Fuentes probably has a significant amount of hate watchers that watch him. But at the same time, I can't imagine somebody staying as popular as he has or gathering as many people who are active in his chats in ways that support what he has to say without having some sort of significant agreeable base that support the exact sort of thoughts that he has as well. My child became part of the common riffraff. Gasp. My son is looking to HVAC repair. Oh no, a blue collar job. He likes the job security because it's so hot here. Excellent. Honestly, there are an amazing wealth of blue collar opportunities that pay so well that I wish that my Ivy League preparatory high school was more open about sharing. Not that I particularly feel directed in that way, but just to present to people as an alternative. Absolutely. I can prove it because illegal... we already read those parts. The burden of proof falls to the one making the claim. If Republicans claim it is happening, then they need to prove it. We all know that Republicans have a great track record of throwing out claims, but not having the evidence to back it. They don't need the evidence either. Like I said earlier, you just need to sway people's opinion on a matter, and then if you can redact the illegitimate view that you presented later on to make it, correct. Like, oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. I misspoke. Probably nobody in your sphere of influence is going to hear that part. Or if you're good at redacting, you can do it in such a way that makes it sound like you're not actually letting go of the point that you just said. Or if you're careful, you just can pivot to something else very quickly. I've seen this tactic work on both left pundits and right pundits, though, where if you concede really, really quickly and then pivot to a new point, you can sort of create a what's the word I'm looking for? You can create a distraction campaign against the person who's trying to argue against. Oh no, I think I just got myself stuck. I'm sorry, Troy. I'm gonna have to do this. I have to destroy part of your city. I promise I'll build it right back up. We're getting Starlink probs? Oh. What's Starlink? I hope that's not a satellite. Kind of sounds like it's a satellite. Satellite internet can be pretty bad, right? If I remember right. Oh, the heck was that? At least I believe I understand satellites have some significant problems with some people. Maybe it's gotten better since I last did any sort of research to understand the situation. I hear the Starlink warmers attract cats and such in the winter. Aww. The problem with building new housing is it takes a lot of cheap labor, and that labor is hard to come by without immigration, illegal or legal. Why does building homes take cheap labor? Could you do it with more expensive? I mean, the cost of a house, I'd imagine, would pay back even pricier laborers. Maybe they just don't want to do things like framing and whatever. Framing and drywall are two things in particular that I don't think I've ever seen done by like a white person. Yeah, at least the places where I've lived. Even places where it looks like there aren't any immigrants, you find where the immigrants live. Or you find that they find you when there's work like that to be done. They come out of somewhere. So maybe you're right. Maybe we just wouldn't ever foot the bill for somebody to do a higher level or get paid a higher level amount of work for that. I heard there was an underground area here. I'm kind of looking to see if I can find where you go down under something. We're losing business, there's no doubt, said Martin, whose wife's family started the company in 1932. So many of those skilled workers are aging out. There's nobody replacing them. Interesting. For what industry is that? Was that quote from? Oh, I think you said. Martin works with 300 contractors to build homes for teachers, police officers, firefighters, and others in the middle class, with 500 units currently in the pipeline. But he now has to tell would-be clients that it will likely take 14 months to complete the job instead of 9 months, which prompts some of them to walk away. If the contractors could boost their workforces by a third, Tilson says he could probably build another 175 homes a year. Interesting. That also means that maybe it's a good thing. Maybe American citizens are aging out of those jobs, and younger ones are opting for cushier jobs where they would rather be doing office work or something involving more of their mind than their body. I don't necessarily see some job markets drying up as necessarily a bad thing so much as us trying to progress our populace in some sort of way. There's a major shortage of new construction workers in this country. What's good about construction work? Being customer service for getting their skeezy box unchecked would be wild. I'm not saying you have to do customer service. You might just be able to do it with like an automated test or something. This is nice. I didn't even realize there was a bridge connecting districts. Neat. What I would love is signposts that tell me just where the hell I am and where I'm going. I was looking for the underground seed laboratory, Troa, and I'm probably not going to catch up to your comment until far later because I'm so backed up in reading. Okay. We've got 3 that roam around outside, so maybe I'll get some cute pics. Aww. It's also great that you put the community notes into Twitter, or someone did, and he deletes any community notes that are added on his own posts. That's fun and funny. I would still screenshot that and post it everywhere else. Obviously, you know, he's the warlord of Twitter now, so there's not much you could do about Twitter itself. but you can still expose Musk in every other platform for funsies. I'm on Imager, and there's a lot of anti-Musk hate everywhere, and so they're really keen on all the gotcha moments that Twitter wouldn't be able to do, making sure that they make viral on Imager. Sam, I can't hear. Something's going on with my alerts. Let me do some changes here real quick in my properties. 'Cause there's a whole bunch of alerts that I have not caught, like all day. This one I'm not hearing. Let's see. Sound alerts, I don't think I'm hearing. Let me reset that one. Spotify can hear okay. This alert box I haven't heard tonight. There's a lot of things failing. Why? Why? And StreamerBot. Oh, StreamerBot, I don't monitor. Never mind. Okay, Sam, thank you for gifting, especially to Everett. Everett, oh, you found me. Everett, we super appreciate your contributions to my streams. I'm really happy to have you around. So, thank you, and enjoy the gift sub. All right, Tro's gonna lead me to the underground, I think. Let me scroll through chat real quick and make sure that that's what's happening here. Oh yeah, it looks like. Okay. Also looks like I'm almost caught up with chat. Exciting times. Wonderful. Okay. I'll follow Troa, and then I'll catch up with chat here. Or maybe I can do both. The white racists would never answer the pollster truthfully. Right. So one of those like unpollable polls, like asking cheaters, like a spouse asking their cheater if the cheater is cheating, right? Some questions you can never get a truthful answer on. Unless that person's a psychopath and they super don't care. Or they're vindictive and they want to tell you that they're cheating. But then why would they wait for you to ask? Oh. I would have never found this. Oh. It's deep. I see. Wow. This is still in planning phase, it looks like. Really cool. It's definitely a catacomb. Alright. Remember the assertion here is that white racism is an organized public movement. Did somebody make that claim? I think my claim was just that they're white racists that would like to see policy changed toward preserving an ethno-state. I don't know about organized, but it's also hard to say with the internet around if organization is something that is as necessary to feel like you're part of a thought movement, right? All you need to do is join like certain subreddits or Discord servers, and you get the sensation like you are part of something, even if that thing is not what would be classically defined as organized. And that's kind of a dangerous thing too. Like a whole group of, 10,000 people all having the same sort of mental illness, not to equate supremacy with illness, but let's just pick on something else as an example. Say they all have this mental illness, say like schizophrenia. Do you guys hear voices? I hear voices. They all hear voices. They all get together and nobody mentions the word schizophrenia. Now it sounds like, or it feels like to the people within that 10,000, like they've started a movement and that they're in the right and that everybody who doesn't hear voices, there's something wrong or different with them. Oh, wow. Oh, I think I've seen part of the strip mine, so I think I know where we're... Ooh, pretty. I like having a tour guide. Joe gets to show me all the cool stuff. This is a really big geode. Nice. Nice. I love walking on these blocks. Oh, maybe it's not these. Some blocks make, like, noise, music when you step on them. To assert this one presupposes white racists who publicly identify as such. Yeah, again, I don't think a racist will say they're a racist. I think they'll just, they'll convene with certain types of people. Destiny and his followers? Wait, what are we talking about? as far as people who are white racists. I think Nick Fuentes and his followers probably have that in common. Can confirm there are definitely some loud and proud white racists. Oh yeah. In our county? No, in our like loose area, we heard a story of a Hispanic woman who's lived here way longer than we ever have, be approached by some old dude and asked if she had her papers on her. He wanted her to present her papers. First of all, if you're an undocumented immigrant, you won't have papers. Second off, if you are a legal citizen, you will not walk around the United States with papers on you. So I don't know what the hell was wrong with this dude. Senility, who knows? But the racism was, dripping from his pores that day. Profit is the name of the game, so we price high and accept the lowest bidders to do the building. I feel like houses would be one of those situations where that's your odds with yourself, right? If you say, we want to drive down the costs so that the cost of the home will be the lowest you can possibly get, so we're going to lower the costs of all materials, all labor. You're talking about a place you're going to live for a lot of people. Is that right to do? Now, if we're talking about places that have just been commissioned, I've never actually been to that portal. What do all these signs say? Oh, there's lots of stuff. Oh, it's like poetry. Neat. Okay, you can keep touring. I'll come back and read that sometime. If you're a build housing for other people company, I would also imagine there's secret. Neat. There's only so much that you can get away with lowering costs for things. Oh, this must be like your private den, because this is amazing. Why is this so much cooler than like my ideas for building spaces? It just feels like nicely, it just looks comfortable to be in. I don't think about this kind of stuff. Very nice. And the music changed like right when we stepped in here. So I almost for a second thought like, oh, you've got a jukebox playing. Then I realized we're listening to Spotify. Well, that's really cool. Oh, it also has its own secret. Other way. Oh, it's just another way in. Oh, okay. I thought maybe it was another secret room altogether. Let's see. I wouldn't want a pencil pusher building my house. Yeah, you definitely wouldn't want me building your house, that's for sure. But I feel like a lot of people go into construction because they feel like it's all that they can do. Like they come out of school with a lack of education and they feel roped into doing something like construction. I know people who, after they've started working in construction, like it enough to stay, even if they've gone into other they have maybe other means available to them later on down the road. They really enjoy working in construction. But I don't know very many kids that choose it. I don't know very many adults who would say, it was good enough for me, I want my kids to also be in construction. I'd be curious to know if anybody has a counterexample to that, because I don't want to lump in just because I know people that would rather their kids did cushy desk jobs or earn more money than a construction worker. Doesn't mean that there isn't somebody out there that would prefer something like construction for the kids. Absurd's natural village. Oh, neat. Yeah. I guess this is all like this is like the suburbs to your city. That's pretty cool. Happy to be able to stop by. Those who say white racism is growing or making a claim about a clandestine movement. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say it's growing. It definitely feels like it's shrinking and has to shrink. It's it's an almost a natural law that racism deteriorates with exposure, right? If you say all people of this color are like this proclivity, I'm just trying to be really vague here for obvious reasons. And then you meet somebody, your neighbor is somebody of that color, and they're not that way, then you can still try to be a little bit hard-nosed about it. Be like, okay, all people of this color, except my neighbor. My neighbor's one of the cool ones. And then you meet another person, and they're not like that either. And another one, and they're not like that either. In fact, they're all different from each other, and you start to feel weird about making claims of people are like this because you keep meeting people that keep disrupting your idea. I made this claim in another previous stream, but I think it's a funny one. We are notoriously bad at making decisions about people with incredibly limited evidence. If you dated somebody who was like, I'll pick on something besides race. If you say you date a guy and he's like really into cars, he likes like Rice Rocket sort of work where you just take a Honda and you soup it up and you just do like street racing with your friends. Nothing like professional, just like works on cars all the time. And he treated you like a total piece of shit. And you're like, not ever again. I will never be treated that way ever again. But you end up dating another guy who's also a big like gearhead, just way into cars. And he also treats you like shit. After you've only met two people who are into cars that happen to be assholes when they date you. You might swear off ever dating somebody who's into cars again for the rest of your life. We're sort of prone to some of these proclivities in the way we are, but with enough exposure, that stuff disappears. And the internet is definitely helping with that. Generations, starting with like late X or Xennials or whatever, who have had the majority of their life been exposed to the internet, are way more likely to be understanding. Oh, holy cow. Lots of honey. Way more understanding that people can be different from each other than older people who relied on conformity. Thank you for reminding me of that word. And as conformists, also rely on the idea that they believe everybody else is the same as other people like them too. Yeah. Racists and white supremacists won't admit they're racist. Just look at MTG. She said, getting called a white supremacist is as bad as getting called the N-word. That's hilarious. And sad. That's somebody who will probably, if they haven't already learned their lesson for making a claim at that, will probably learn it soon. My sister-in-law worked in a very nice doctor's office. One of the nurses was expressing disdain. Her cousin has had a mixed-race child. Interesting. I haven't heard anybody talk about anything like that in, like, ages. That is crazy to me that anybody still exists like that. She said, the Bible speaks against mixing races. Sister-in-law responded, well, it had a lot to say about gossip and hateful behavior, too. True. But you know, if there's one thing American Christians can do well, it's cherry pick their faith. Neither of us could find any references about not mixing races. Where do they find this crap? Probably has something to do with a misinterpretation of the way the Tower of Babel fell apart. That's my best guess. I can't think of anything that's like a Leviticus rule in that direction. Yeah. I've seen some stuff floating around on Twitter. It's mostly from the extremely religious, extremely conservative people. Yeah, it's just how do you find things like that with biblical evidence? This whole section of the city is newest. Oh, neat. I can see it's still in formation to some degree. Missing beds, people, jobs, houses. All right. One thing that I love about your city is that it's thriving with people doing stuff. The villagers and the iron golems are everywhere, and it feels full. It's sad working on Enshrouded on our Megalopolis project, and part of the reason why I think we've had some drop off from playing it, in addition to no updates for quite a while in the game. But with the big city that we're making, it's devoid of people. We only have the 5 or 6 crafters, and then the rest, and they don't move, and the rest of the city is entirely empty. It's kind of sad. I built it to feel like a real living city. Yeah, I get that vibe. It's really, really nice. I've enjoyed seeing all the different ideas. Well constructed. If I ever find any, I'll DM it to you. I'd be curious to know too. I like to see what people use as biblical evidence for things. That's supposed to be addressed this year. Yeah, I've seen their roadmap. I think, especially after we played through all of the content as fast as we did, and so easily, and then the Hollow Halls were pretty good, but I feel like it was also we did the content a lot faster and easier than I hoped we would. Especially the 4th one. I thought the 4th one must surely be ridiculously hard. Like, we might have a really big struggle, because we had some struggles and some like recurring deaths with some areas in the overworld. Namely, there was one temple, Sun Temple, with like a bunch of the dragons at the very top. It's where you get the last glider, I think it is. That one was hard to get up to the top of. We kept having issues. I'm not sure if that was just us not being as great at the game back then or what it was, but we had some significant issues with that part. And then in the Hollow Halls, it was hard. It just wasn't nearly as hard as I think we all had hoped. And then we were done with the new content. And now it's just that long wait until we see the things that we see on the roadmap actually come into fruition. Then we'll probably come clambering back into it again. Oh wow, it even goes all the way over there. Said this was the newest area up to here, but there's more to see over yonder. We can make it over to that area. Hubs and I went from the deep south to living in St. Louis for 13 years. We came back to Texas and it was like, wow, I forgot people just say some of that shit out loud in the middle of the Piggly Wiggly. Interesting. Yeah, I since we moved to Georgia, I expected to maybe experience some people being racist around me. I didn't necessarily expect anything to happen to me, just kind of the privilege of looking the way that I do, that wouldn't be an issue. Turns out where we live, we are a minority, which has been interesting but fine. I've lived in and gone to school and work in places where I am, and it's not I don't feel othered. I generally don't other people, and I don't feel like I encourage an othering sense from those I hang out with. It's usually mutually pretty nice and kind. We do fine with each other. But every once in a while, I hear stories of other people experiencing racism from other people. And it's wild to me to feel like that's close. I didn't feel like that was close when we lived in Southern California, but then I still saw and heard some stories about that kind of stuff happening. What I did hear more of in Southern California was sexism. Specifically belittling and trying to put women in their place. That was one thing that is progressive as California sells itself to be. They could not get away from the way that they treat women in the state. Not they like everybody, obviously. But it's still, you know, not a solved problem by any means. There's so much. There's so many different nooks and crannies all over. I love it. It's just so like diverse and spread so. Where there's 6 people in this far off corner edge of the property. I don't even know where I am anymore, hardly. I'm way off the beaten path from seeing any of the big towers except for that one spawner. So I must have put myself way out. And there's certain walls you just can't get over, so you have to go around. That's kind of interesting too. Troy's definitely made a city that feels very meandering because it's blocked off in ways that there are many paths you can't just nope your way through. You have to tour the city itself to get around, which I like. It gives a sense of immensity to the space that you're in. Oh, I know where I was now. Okay. Yeah, I recognize this area now. Because of all the cows and chickens all trapped in the different weird mechanisms that they're inside of. But yeah, the concept that people can treat other people funny without knowing them, that's the part that I just don't get. Like, how would you ever look at somebody and say, by your gender, you can't be good at this, or by your skin tone, you must feel this way? I've met too many counterexamples of everything to ever make an assessment on anybody based on how they look, how they dress, anything about them. I don't even feel like we live in a society anymore where things like gaydar can be properly asserted. I used to have friends that would say, oh yeah, like I have amazing gaydar, I can tell from a mile away. And I just don't feel like any sort of presumptions that we make on somebody are appropriate in this era. And the fact that even when I was younger, they seemed like things that were much more regularly accepted in society. Now I don't accept them personally. And I find it odd that there are people who still do. The biggest of them being racism. Okay, so this is... I think this is the one that we first found and know how to get in and out of. Yeah, this one leads to the main... is this a gate too? Oh, we can close both too, make sure really nobody comes through. Now I kind of want to see where that other one leads to now. If I can find that place again. Let's follow the waterway. I kind of remember walking around near a waterway to find it. Wait, there's a waterfall. Is that the waterfall with the hidden entrance? Maybe. It is not, but it is a neat waterfall as well. Yeah, I've met so many smart, so many creative people, so many assholes, so many absolute, like, complete idiots. And I can tell you, there'll be a gate over by the lab too eventually. Oh, cool. I can tell you based on all the people I've met, oh, there's starting to be signs. Or maybe I haven't been recognizing them. I haven't been looking for the signs. I haven't been seeing the signs. How would you say it? Yeah, out of all the people who are complete assholes, absolutely stupid, idiotic, are just complete degenerates, all the people who are incredibly smart or brave or kind, I could not tell you what they have in common. I could not pull a single identifying characteristic and say, oh yeah, well, it's this. So obviously we need to build a society that has more of this, or more of one type of person, or puts more power with one gender. Anything like that. I don't know how anybody could. It makes no sense. All you have to do is meet more people. If you think you've made a pattern come to life in your head, and you think you would believe that you understand everybody from this country feels this way, or everybody that looks a certain way or has a certain religion, or it doesn't matter. As soon as you start with everybody thought, I am certain you haven't met enough people, because you haven't met all of the counter examples out there. Or you're denying them some truth about them that you've decided for them on their behalf. I've definitely said things about myself that people have said, no, that's not true about you. Which I think is one of the quickest ways you can make an enemy out of somebody. Make an enemy... Oh, here it is. Oh, just stumbled across that. You can make an enemy quicker than almost any other method if you just go up to somebody and tell them what they are. Not what you think they are. Tell them what they are. Like, you know, without a shadow of a doubt, you know exactly what they are. Did we see this way already? I feel like this is a whole other area that maybe I didn't explore. Is this another... This kind of feels like a village that he overtook also, and then added more buildings to. This is cool. I kind of want to do this. I'm looking at this, I was like, I kind of want to build this too. There's even more across the way over that way. I've lost all sense of where I am. But I know if I go back this way, I get to the other... Oh, chill. The other... Another portal. Cool. Oh, Tro says, I built all that. It's kind of the poor quarter, the fisherman's wharf. Nice. Nice. Then came the day when the risk to remain tight in a bud was more painful than the risk it took to blossom. Aww. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep. Wah! Oh, hi. And many miles before I sleep. And many miles before I sleep. How nice! What wonderful contributions. I need to step up my game. Okay, where is this one? This is not recognizable. And it goes down from here, even though... Oh, I see up over there, but it's blocked off. Where is... Oh. Sethanon City Center. Interesting. Bones' Trail Run? There's another Bones' thing? Or is this... Wait, what is this? I remember Crimson's base. I don't remember Bones having something over here. Maybe he has two builds. We'll go take a look. Bones' Trail Ruins, not runs. Well, this is a whole different aesthetic of Nether. Definitely builds his own style. Oh, it's wide open. It's scary. Trail Ruins. And there's more down. This might be dangerous. This looks definitely dangerous. He dug underneath the lava. Oh, he kept digging. You're looking for bedrock? There's just a hoglin over there. I'll leave him be. I guess we're just doing strip mining here. Interesting. Alright. So what is this one? Welcome, work in progress. Oh, very different build style. I like this. This is the entrance to the subway. Oh. Looks like it's still in progress in our areas. Oh yeah, this looks like a subway waiting room or something, I guess. Neat. There's so many large empty repositories all over the server. Interesting. Purple. Purple wave. Another hangout. Oh, it's like a spa or something, maybe. Or sauna. And crops, because why not? And a log. Fall. It's doing more strip mining down here. Neat. Man, this guy's strip mines. Oh, what am I doing? Just go in here. Forgot there was an elevator up after I took the elevator down. Alright, let's see where this one goes, shall we? Oh. Well, I've got my own minecart. I won't steal somebody else's. Boop. Oh, it's definitely a subway. Looks like it took some influence from the railway, the two-part or biphasal railway that we have in the Nether. It's neat to have one in the overgrounds too, just for the funsies of riding. Oh, we're going diagonal. It's always a little trickier to go diagonal. Oh, it's open. Must be by a ravine. Oh, oh, what's that? What's that? Come back. Come back. I need you. There was a stop here. A sneaky secret stop I didn't expect. So I didn't think to stop in time. Oh. A whole other little hovel thing with its own farm. And not much more. Alright. Cool. Just happens to be hanging out here in the middle. Alright, where were we? Scooch. Scooch. Well, not that I was expecting much different, but pleases me to hear that most people in chat sound like you are pro-immigration. There's another one. I won't stop at it. Might be just a dud like the last one. I don't need you all to be consenting views with me to be friendly, and in fact I appreciate dissenting views to butt heads with, because I enjoy arguing. But I also feel like having borders that are amenable to certain types of immigration are healthy for almost every country, as long as you're cautious about how you're taking in people, so you don't have issues like fruit fly crises, and you're not letting criminals just go across jurisdictional lines to try to start a new life willy-nilly. But especially in the US, just having labor is so important. Oh, this water is so different. Why does that water look like that? And I'm not saying that everybody who comes into our country should be exposed to a life of manual labor. In fact, I'd love people who work manual labor to not have to work manual labor ever again. But I also respect that there are hard workers out there that are willing to put their bodies on the line and work that sweat equity in order to get a transformative experience that they wouldn't necessarily otherwise have in a country whose political situation might be far worse than ours right now. While we have our shortcomings, we're still much more stable and have many systems that are improving year over year compared to a lot of other administrations out there. I still think that in many ways we're doing well as an experiment of a country. Oh, I think we're at the other end. All right, now I'm really curious where this ends up. Oh, it is just a stop. To spawn to restored hidden ruins. Interesting. Then what is this? What is this? Oh. Where is this? This is nice. Serene. Oh. Oh. This is by Onyx's place. Neat. Maybe we'll stop by Onyx's place to sleep real quick. If I can remember how to get there. I entered the maze. That was my problem. Do not enter the maze when trying to get to Onyx's place. There we go. Okay. Your beds are upstairs? Not this high up. There. And in that willingness, I think we as a country are willing to utilize that. And the wildest part is, I think we've seen a history of the people who right now are lobbying, not lobbying, but are making it an election talking point to say we have too much illegal immigration, are the same party that for the last 20 years have fought against punishing the business owners who hire illegal immigrants. It's really interesting and funny to me. Because they, somewhere in the money pipeline, they must acknowledge that human labor needs to continue to happen. Illegal immigration is a source of that human labor that can keep certain types of industries lubricated and moving along. And anything that would be detrimental to those industries is detrimental to the position of the right. So it's a funny catch-22 there. And one I haven't really heard people talking about. I've definitely heard from the right plenty of arguments that we need better border security and that our current administration is going to create a globalist new world order sort of state that abandons. I wonder why there's so many parts missing where there's water flowing in. I like it. I actually like the water coming in. It looks like it's an accident, but it's very aesthetically pleasing. Don Cocaine, what's up? Nice name. No diamonds? Oh, I've always got diamonds. There are diamonds on the wall here. How are you doing tonight? But yeah, to Acacia Villa and Bones Trail ruins. Interesting. So where does this lead? What is all this? More strip mining? Guess so. This one Looks like it's less sourced out than some of the other ones. But yeah, as much as I've heard arguments that we need to stop the flood of immigrants coming into our country, at the same time, nobody is holding those people who make those claims accountable that we need those people to fill all the manual labor that needs getting done. And that the people decrying stop the immigration are some of the same people who are benefiting greatly from that flow. Are you in a realm? This is a private server. It's one that's run just me and a few friends. All right. Oh, I know where I am. Oh, this is back right at spawn. Got it. All right. Well, cool. It gives me a much better sense of where we end up, where we are. Now, if I was low on food, would we have some at the farm? That's where I picked up the last of those. What I really could use is like meat. Maybe we should just teleport over to and check to see if there's cooked meat in Troa's city. Because it looks like everything's so well automated. And get there. Fastest way? Up here, I think. What? Stop stepping on this. You should have sagged something, so I stopped those farms with you. I totally didn't think to look for meat. Sorry. We'll come back and we'll take a look, see if we can find some. Okay. So, above ground. And I am... Okay, there's the water tower. Water tower means meat. Or at least means cows. I remember seeing cows in some sort of automation over yonder. Pardon? I like how many of these guys like to hang out together. Like, see a bunch of them, they do their own work, they're separate, off on their own. But there's also vast areas of just like 6 to 8 of them like hanging out, having a discussion, just enjoying each other's company for whatever reason. Those guys are up at the top of the building. Neat. I grabbed the steak, but there's a ton of cooked chicken. It refills. Grab a stack or however many. All right, let me take a look. Okay, water tower. That's where I was going toward. So I remember food automations by the water. Somewhere. I think I just got turned around on my way over there. Okay, so there's the tower. That's the tower that I just need to figure out where the water is from there. There's the water. So then the food should be... What, back the way I was just walking? Damn. Anyway, I joking that a lot of you have similar views to my own, if not with other subtle nuances. But I appreciate the open discourse and sharing in a topic that could otherwise be somewhat tricky, spicy, one of those things you don't necessarily bring up at Thanksgiving because of what Mima might say. This is sort of the direction I would like to try to continue to go. Oh, I hear it. I hear the chickens. Cooked chicken. Cool. In future streams where we focus on talking about things that probably need to be talked about more often, airing out conversation that needs to be aired out, and understanding other people's perspectives on the matter, or at least talking about them. If we don't have a representative of them, at least just bringing it up and making it part of a discourse that we at least try to explore and understand the concepts behind, you know, why people think a certain way. Try to explore and understand their motivations at bare minimum. Then make fun of them if they have really shitty ideas. But I don't think there's anything wrong with... In fact, there's something wrong with not talking about the other side as much as we can. Perpetual free noms. I wish everywhere had perpetual free noms. That's one of our biggest costs right now because we don't have a kitchen still since September, by the way. For anybody who's keeping track, we still have no kitchen. And so just the cost of food is so much. Naturally, like, can you eat food without a kitchen? Of course. Do we eat raw and uncooked and ingredient foods? Of course. Do we have a microwave? Of course. So there are some ways in which, you know, we can make some stuff work. But we also do get tired of, you know, the microwave only cuisine, and some of the foods that we would want to make are either much more labor intensive or like impossible with the way everything is set up right now. And so we're just hungry for certain things that we can't always get in our bellies with a lack of a kitchen. And that ends up, you know, going out and buying that stuff, which we try not to do very often because the last place we want to see all of our money whittled away on is just feeding ourselves and the kids. Are you doing construction? So I'll try to share as much of this story with you as I can, while still being honorific to there are certain things that we can and can't talk about on stream. Wait, is this... That must be the subway down that way. So this is the direction it goes. Is this north? Or is this south? Oh, this might be south. Wait, yeah, south. Okay. Wait, what is this? We've been here before? Oh, it's spawn. I'm so dumb. Just spawn. Fishing rod rentals, please return when done. Take anything else. Oh. Yeah, I got super turned around coming back here. I've been eating salmon all week after I talk about your fish diet. Sam, look at you go. My man. I have so much more to talk about with diet. In fact, I have a dietary talk that I really need to cut up and put up on YouTube for you guys. Because it goes over a lot of my talking points. We could definitely go over things in more detail. I've also been thinking about, do you think this would be dumb or bad? Putting a like disclaimer that says, you know, everything I do is for entertainment and not for medical advice, but I will analyze your blood test. Would anybody, do you think people would pay to do that? To have their blood test analyzed by somebody besides their doctor, or for like a second opinion? I feel like a lot of doctors would say, you know, go get your blood test done, I'll tell you what the answers mean, and then they'd be satisfied. But maybe some people wouldn't. I know how to do blood analysis, I just can't also be charged for malpractice. And that would really suck. This early in my career, if I lost my career to malpractice, that would suck. The construction thing. So is that an Elizabeth Holmes comment? I don't know. Who's Elizabeth Holmes? So the construction thing. We lived with some family that was not not necessarily in anybody's particular mutual interest to do, but it's happening. And they commissioned a change to the way our kitchen layout is, and decided that they would foot the bill, and went with somebody who came with a pretty high recommendation. And those contractors have had awful supply chain problems, not just with the supplies themselves, but also with the labor and workforce and mistakes being made with the supplies as well. So many tons of problems. And so everything's been postponed month after month after month after month. We don't have much of a say in the matter because we aren't paying for this. We're benefiting from a renovation to, you know, make things nicer in our kitchen without actually paying for the situation ourselves. Oh, there's like a whole... Oh, that's down there. That's part of the line. It must go that way too. And so, yeah, we're just in a situation where, because we didn't pay for it, we don't have much room to complain or say, let's just cancel, or let's go with somebody else. We can't really complain to the contractors because we're not their customers, even though we live in the house they're working on. We didn't really necessarily want, if somebody were to say, like, hey, we're going to step in and do something for you guys, what I would have asked for, if any family or friend, or if there's anybody rich listening to this right now that says, hey, I've got some investment income I'd like to invest in, what could we do? I would say invest in our businesses. Oz has Blood Moon Menagerie, which is on Instagram, or you can go to bloodmoonmenagerie.com. By the way, shameless plug. I've got this content creation thing going on. I've been doing for a few years. I've been in YouTube since 2014, Twitch since 2020. 2020? If I round out 2024, that'll be 4 years. Yeah, I think that sounds right. So I've been at this for a good long while. I would say invest in our business. You know, get us a marketing manager, commercial, you know, people who are in content creation, marketing, and grow our business so that we can do this full time. If Oz and I were basically just content creators and I could pay our bills, then we'd be in a much better place, I think, than where we are right now. We can't take too much big risk and try to do it entirely by ourselves because we procreated, which, you know, we procreated before either of us became streamers. So can't say much there. Oh, subway station. This is so this stations just spawn up all over the place. This is where we got off, but we didn't actually climb the stairs to see what was going on there. And more strip mining. Right. Neat. But what this has meant is that a significant part of the house is off limits. We've had to do weird things with how to curtail the cats, because there are places they can and can't be depending on whether there's work being done or whether there's workers being around. And we can't make all the food we want to make. We can't teach the girls how to make food, because one of them at least is becoming around the age where we want to start putting more responsibilities on her shoulders and teaching her how to do stuff like all the different things we know how to cook. And yeah, it's just been a real drag. When that's done, we'll also have a lot more space in the house, because everything that lives in the kitchen lives in every other room in our house. Kind of almost every other room. The garage, bedrooms, bathrooms. There's kitchen stuff everywhere. It's super annoying. You don't realize how hard it is to store kitchen things in other parts of your house until you have to do it. And we have to do it. It just I get sour when I think about it. I just wish we could just have free food all the time and have to worry about having a kitchen right now, or lack thereof. Damien GPT is harvesting our health data. Maybe. Share your CBC with me and I'll grow in power. More human data means more human Damien. The scam artist who founded Theranos and claimed to be able to do pretty comprehensive medical assessment with just a little of someone's blood. What's Theranos? Anyway, I actually know how to do blood. Oh, I know where. What's the word I'm looking for? Blood analysis. Yeah. I'll say this. Blood analysis is not hard. It's something that if you have some sort of means to afford blood tests, maybe annually or once every 2 years. I want to say biannually and make that mean twice a year. That would be semi-annually is twice a year, right? Biannual or annual. Every 1 to 2 years, go get your blood drawn, get a CBC, and maybe a thyroid test. This is just generally good for health metrics, for like preventable health kind of scenario. You don't take blood tests randomly more frequently than that, probably. And you wouldn't do it for too many reasons. Like if you had a cold or flu or something you needed surgery for, you don't go get a blood test. What you do get a blood test for is to see what things you can do to keep yourself out of hospitals and off of medication. Because if we look at all of the things that cost the most in modern society, obviously we have a food inflation problem right now, right? There's not much you could do to stop eating these days. You have to eat. Most of us have to have a vehicle. If you live in a place where you can rely on mass transit or something like that, that's so cool. Good for you. A lot of us have to have a vehicle and have to at least rent a place to stay, unless you have family that you can, sleep in a room or a addition or an in-law suite off the main property. Whatever you can get, that would be really cool if you can. But these things are unmitigable risks of your money for the most part. You have to have the roof, you have to have transportation, you have to have food. So the next big thing that most people spend their money on, besides those, put those away as absolutely critical, is pharmaceuticals and medical care. And if you're young, the majority of you are. I look at the demographics as to who watches my streams and videos. Majority of you are young. You probably think, I have not needed to go to a doctor for like a major chronic thing. Not nearly enough to be concerned about taking regular blood tests. It's probably not a thing. I'm not talking about doing things to fix the now you, the next 5 years you. I'm talking about the vast majority of you are young enough that you're going to live an unfortunately long amount of time. And I know you all know what I mean by unfortunate. Just look at the way old people are, especially in the United States, and think, do I want that kind of health? Do I want to move like they do? Do I want to think at the speed that they think? Do I want to feel the way they feel every day? Do I want to have the emotions that they have? If you're around old people. If you're not around old people, I'll tell you that they live a lot of their late years in pain, in mental fog, and with many problems that cost a lot of money. Even on Medicare, it costs them a lot of money. And if you're on a fixed income, you're on Social Security, and you can't just like generate money from nothing because you can't work when you're in old age and in pain, Having a squeeze because of what medical needs you have is even worse. So do something for yourself. Do something for late you and help yourself early by getting regular blood tests once every year or so. And the majority of what you'll see on the test is easily solvable by Googling it. But I know some directive advice that I can give that is not medical advice, so I don't get sued. That can be of assistance for those that are interested in doing that. I might have to charge for something like that, but it exists. I'm surprised that you have a background in blood testing. You don't know about the Theranos scandal. Knowing how to do something right doesn't necessarily mean that I know who did it wrong. If that makes any sense. Is there a way out of this place? Like, to see the roof? There is. See you soon. Looks like there's a place right up here. And it's just like a trapdoor hiding by a tree. Neat. Where's the roof that I was looking out the ceiling of? I wasn't expecting to see like a tundra. It looked like a desert temple we were looking around inside. Maybe that was his point. Oh, I think this is the neat. So he built that and he built this lamppost thing. That's pretty cool. Can we I don't even know where this is. Maybe this is dangerous if I just go exploring for like shiggles. I just kind of want to see what's around here. I do it all the time. Okay, good. Not just me. Amanda Seyfried starred in a mini-series about it. I am so... like, almost all of my spare time is on camera instead of watching other people on camera, that I've missed a lot of shows, movies, and whatnot. Although I do like Amanda Seyfried. Oh, this thing's squirrely on ice. Yeah, the good news, or the easy part about getting a CBC is complete blood count, I think. Yeah, complete blood count. The good news about getting one is once you've gotten the test, the where you should be is in the test for almost every single lab that I've ever seen in my entire life. There we go. So you get your triglycerides, your cholesterol, your red blood cell count, all of that stuff measured and meted out. Then the test will show you everything that's out of bounds. So then you're done with what you need to know as far as what's wrong. Like triglycerides are, 10% above where they need to be. Great. You know what's wrong. The reason why I suggest from there you maybe don't stop and just do whatever your doctor says to do is they are often bought into the concept of once you know what's wrong with you, the next step is to medicate you to fix the issue. Oh, Crims has been busy too. Look at all this. He's got a bunch of these guys too now. And some floaty dude is hiding in there too. Well, this is kind of neat. Interesting. Different kind of enclosure than I've seen most people build. So what are sniffers for? Why have them? They sound like weird cows. Like turtle cows. Yeah. And as I mentioned before, spending money on pharmaceuticals is probably a quick way to spend up a lot of your money, where if when you're young you see your triglycerides are up, you might not want to immediately go on a certain type of drug, as opposed to you could literally just change your lifestyle early and be able and agile to make changes while they're still effective, while there's still time for your body to work and build a different body. Sniffers sniff up bulbs and weeds. The bulbs plant to become those huge purple flowers. Oh, neat. And the weeds you use to mate the sniffers. Gotcha. Interesting. The bottom line is that some blood testing scam artists went to jail. What you're discussing sounds much more valuable and interesting. What were they scamming? Like, what were they trying to tell people was happening? Just curious. Now that I know that this exists, blood testing scams, it makes me feel skeptical saying that people should come to me with their CBC results. Yeah, just I'll pick on triglycerides as a big one, because that's one that impacts especially a lot of Americans right out of the gate. Is you might be prescribed a certain medication, or I thought that was a person. I realized there's only Troa and me, and I looked up there. I was wait, there's literally nobody there that of consequence. I really like Crims's build here. He's got a really nice design idea going on. It's so like all the nooks and crannies are so inviting. Like, it's such a nice area to work in. It's not even entirely practical, but it almost doesn't matter because of just how like unique and well thought out the space was and how it's built. It's very nicely done. Okay, I remember how to do this. I got trapped in that and died once when I couldn't see that I was staring at a door. I spoke with a doctor once about what was going on with prescribing of medication, and she told me so much of her constituency, her practice, her patients. We've been talking too much politics tonight. So many of her patients refuse lifestyle change that she defaulted a long time ago to just telling people what meds they should go buy. Like, all right, let me just write you a prescription. It's going to be what you want anyway. It's going to be what you're going to do. Wow. This is neat. This almost looks like generated, or not generated, like he designed this way. Oh, he hasn't even dug that far yet. Not too far. Kind of still a small mine, but it's got such a cool descent. I like this. Looks so neat. Really well designed. He's got a great eye for detail too. We have so many good designers on this server. Akumu, Tra, Crims, everybody. Bones. I'll just say everybody's name so you all won't feel left out. Everybody on the server has got cool ideas. But yeah, I was having like an issue with a skin thing, and the doctor told me like what I ought to buy in terms of how to medicate it, and I was like, also, doesn't it get worse if I eat too much of this? And she's like, oh yeah, there's that. Wait, what did I get? Conduit power? What's conduit power? I got some buff for a little while. And she's like, oh yeah, you're right. I mean, if you wanted to do it like the right way, you just wouldn't eat like that. Like, oh, okay. So that's what prompted the why did you start off with the pharmaceuticals if there's a quick dietary change or yeah, lifestyle change I could do instead. And triglycerides, that one is easily reduced by reducing, if you have high triglycerides, that is, easily reduced by reducing your carbohydrate and or fried food intake. Your ideal amount of fried foods you should have in your diet is 0. There's no such thing as everything in moderation. Fried foods are going to be bad at all percentages of your diet. Anything non-0%. But carbohydrates we need to live. Isn't this the coolest ass skeleton spawner you've ever seen in your entire life? Tell me this is not the best thing. This is... I can't get over how well designed this area is. It's so good. And it's a spooky thing. Come here and you watch the skeletons die. You can AFK in here. But you don't have to AFK in here. You could also just hang out and enjoy. But it's just, it's so metal. I mean, this aesthetic, if I could live in a place like this, my dark soul would be so pleased. But the American diet, we overeat carbs. We mix our protein with carbs. We often put carbs on our salads or add carbs to the salads. We have more fruit. We have more high fructose corn syrup and cane sugar than most other cultures do. We add sugar to things that probably shouldn't have sugar because the American taste bud is like, oh yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah, it's just kind of like it's too much. So it's also means that Americans probably have an easier job of reducing carbs than other cultures without any deficit because we already are overloading on too much of it anyway. So the reduction of something that we already have so much of isn't too bad. Did somebody do this? Did I do this? Looks like somebody continued on the construction endeavor in the template style. And I don't remember it being me. Somebody out there is doing good work. Oh, there's also a villager over this way. Hi, buddy. I appreciate when the template's being followed. I know Bones doesn't follow the template. I'm not mad at him. He does him. That's fine. If doctors can't do a surgery on your problem, the only thing they know is what pills pharma wants to push on you, trading one problem for another. There are some pharmaceuticals that are not like the monkey's paw, but a significant amount of them, you're right, have some sort of trade-off. A lot of them, because they're poisonous, cause some sort of liver damage. Your liver tries to detox them, and in the detox work, you end up... uh-oh, this is open. In the detox work, you end up suffering damage to the liver. Oh, this has been done up. So nice. So nice. I talked to a foot doctor that was frustrated not being able to tell some people suffering from foot pain that you're just too fat, your bones/joints can't handle all that weight. Yeah, that's another thing too, is like some things really are mechanical in the way that we are built. And we've all known for the longest time morbid obesity is one of those things that causes significant physiological stresses to things like your bones, your joints. You can have types of arthritis that aren't related to diet because of the weight that you put on your systems. You can have certain types of breathing issues like sleep apnea caused specifically due to morbid obesity. There's a whole litany of reasons why there's like a really negative, I can't remember what the foundation of the topic was, or I'm sorry, what the branding was called. I think it was something like healthy at every weight or something like that, which is just it's so profoundly perverse. It's so dangerous to tell people that no matter how heavy you end up getting, you can still be healthy. Our bodies just are not made to sustain certain amounts of weight. If we go too shallow or too light, we can make serious detriments to our body happen, especially if we go into like ketogenic or ketogenic acidosis. We can become really toxic to ourselves, especially if we go very highly acidic in our systems. It especially affects our organs if we have high levels of acidity for very long, and going on low food or shortage of food for a long time can really do that. Also, starvation of certain vitamins like B vitamins can be really detrimental over time. People who have lived long raw vegan or vegan diets where they don't at least get some sort of B12 supplement that's highly bioavailable can suffer from B starvation after living veganism for a long period of time. So it has to be, you have to be very cautious about how you monitor your diet. And the same could be said for being overweight too. All those things, starvation definitely hurts the body. Being overweight definitely hurts the body. There's no such thing about ignoring the weight and thinking that everything else that you're doing, if you are overweight, is going to be okay. It's going to mitigate those problems. I would say I used to be related to I've told this story before, but I used to be related to somebody who looked like a Greek god. He was absolutely chiseled, beautiful man in all regards. Like every inch of him was toned and muscled, and just he looked good. He looked good, and he absolutely ate himself to death because he thought that regardless of the diet that he led in his life, and he led one of the worst diets I've ever seen in a human being, if he just worked out enough and made himself look good, then he was good. That was his thinking. So yeah, he's dead. He's dead now, and that sucks. It sucks for him. It sucks for his family. He had a wife, he had kids, and other extended family as well. So yeah, awful. I go for more library and plants. Old Wizard's Secret Lair. Love that. That's a villager I sent to Fancy Sparkle. Nice. I don't understand the science, but I think Theranos was trying to sell machines to pharmacies that were somewhat akin to those self blood pressure testing machines, which can be highly inaccurate. However, these machines would take a drop or two of blood, make a huge array of diagnoses. Oh. Theranos got quite significant Silicon Valley venture capital, and Elizabeth Holmes successfully at first branded herself as a charismatic genius. See what Cult of Personality does? She had a high-profile trial in 2022. Oh, this is all really recent. Really recent. And now is in prison. Well, fun. Why are you still alive? Oh my gosh. That guy took forever to burn. Holy crap, I just saw a post saying Florida is giving the green light for doctors to perform C-sections outside of hospitals. Interesting. Go Florida. You make weird choices. Really weird choices, Florida. All right. It's late. I got work tomorrow. If you enjoyed this conversation, please tune in next Wednesday. We will do deeper dives, more biting topics, continue to try to get more people roped in and hear their ideas as well. And in case you haven't been paying attention or haven't been visiting my other stream days, frankly, the other stream days also often devolve into this type of conversation as well. So I would almost be willing to say this is just kind of a brand and a direction that we are going, regardless of what game we are playing. I apologize to those people that play with me in multiplayer games that I am just like this these days. We'll hem and haw a little bit so those going off on ad break right now have time to come back and hear the whole spiel of saying goodbye. Oh, Emerald's just hanging out here. Cool. I'll add some fresh swag to the mix. Here, enjoy all these other things as well. Yeah. Yeah. So if that's the kind of stuff you like, that's what we're going for basically going forward on almost every stream. But Wednesdays are the dedicated discourse nights. If you have a topic that you'd like to add to the discourse calendar, which I need to keep updated, and I swear that I will get in the habit of getting there. I started it in 2024 at the beginning and said this was a place where you can always go to check for the new topic, and then I haven't really been keeping up on that. There is a command, !calendar, to add the Google Calendar where that information should be kept up to date if I do my job. And you'll always see what discourse topic, including the other things that come up on my other stream days as well. It's all being tracked there. That's Wednesdays. All of my streams are from 10 p.m. Eastern or 7 p.m. Pacific for 4 hours. And we stream Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays. Wednesdays are always discourse. Thursdays are retro games. Right now we're playing the Mother franchise of games. Fridays have been Enshrouded for a long time, but I have a feeling we're going to be doing something different this next Friday and for the next few Fridays upcoming until Enshrouded does patch updates to the game. And Saturdays are puzzle games. Right now we are puzzling through the Myst series of games and trying to solve a crazy monkey puzzle in Myst 4 right now. If you could do me a solid, make a profile on kick.com if you haven't already, and go add me at kick.com/DamienHalme. The only thing I need for affiliate in Kick is more followers. I don't need your watch hours. I don't need any other metrics that I haven't already gained. I checked all the boxes. If you are really here for the long haul and are down for the most support that you could do, at this point in my life, the most support you can do is give me a ton of money. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's true. It's true. But the most support you can do for free, that all of you can do, is go to youtube.com/DamienHalme, put on a playlist of some of my streams or some of the other content that I've made on YouTube long ago, and watch as many videos as you can every day. If you work from home, you got a browser tab you could open up on the side. Just the more watch hours I get, the closer I get to partnership with YouTube. I was a partner with YouTube, I think, within the first year that I started my YouTube channel. Can you believe that? It's crazy. They changed the partnership program. Can you believe that? That's crazy. And I was kicked out of partnership with YouTube when their new metrics were above what I was able to pull. Can you believe that? That's crazy. And so the only thing I need, I've checked every box to become partner again with YouTube, and the only thing I need is watch hours. So if you could do me a solid and help add to that for free, then I'll be your best friend. I'll give you an internet baked good but just online and only virtual and fake and probably not actual. I'll just hold up my empty hand and tell you it's a cookie. That monkey puzzle is going to give Damien nightmares. Joke's on you. I already have nightmares about monkeys. I have nightmares, but they're not about monkeys. I have the worst nightmares. In fact, I don't like dreaming at all. Nights where I wake up in the morning not remembering anything from I put my head down on the pillow to my alarms going off are the best nights. And any night where I dream or nightmare, we'll have to have a talk about this sometime. Ask me another time when I'm not quitting stream, and I'll tell you about why I don't like to dream. Yeah, there are reasons. Okay, if you're on YouTube and Kick, love your faces, and I will catch you again tomorrow for Earthbound. That is Mother 2. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too. Please. I'll see you in the next one. Twitch hangout for a second here.